even bigger things in life tomorrow.
High school sports.
A winning part of a complete education.
This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
This is what matters. This is beyond X's and O's. This is the difference mutual respect makes. This is what character looks like. This is what defines us in South Dakota. This is sportsmanship. School sports, it's not the outcome that matters most, but the way the games are played. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Who do I perform for? I perform for all the awesome composers whose music deserves to be heard.
I perform for all the stagehands who make sure I never miss a cue.
I perform for our high school choir director who taught me to breathe from the diaphragm and sing from the heart.
Speech, debate, theater, music. The performing arts teach valuable life lessons that typically aren't taught in the classroom. They help high school students learn leadership skills that prepare them to enjoy more satisfying, productive lives.
I perform for Mrs. Evans, my high school debate coach, who has helped me become more confident than I ever dreamed possible.
This message presented by South Dakota High School Activities and the high school in your community.
Hey, I've got a question for you. Who will you perform for?
The South Dakota High School Activities Association Board of Directors meeting is currently in recess or executive session. Please stand by for continued live audio coverage.
This may sound like a typical high school basketball game being played on a Friday night in South Dakota. In fact, it's a crash course in cooperation and teamwork. It's a test of dedication, determination, and drive. It's character development in action. If you think high school sports are only about competition, think about this. High school sports can play a critical role in a student's overall education. In fact, studies show that students who participate in school sports are more likely to enjoy greater levels of achievement in their academic lives. At the same time, playing sports helps teach lessons not covered in the classroom. Lessons like tolerance, respect for the rules, and the importance of supporting your community. High school sports, a winning part of a complete education. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association. There's just one place where students are students first, and athletics are played with purpose and perspective. That place is your local high school. High school sports offer more than the joy of competition. Studies show that student athletes in South Dakota are also likely to enjoy greater levels of achievement in other areas of their lives, including academics. High school sports, a winning part of a complete education. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Everybody knows that high school sports generate suspense, excitement, and drama.
They also generate higher grade point averages, stronger work habits, and greater self-esteem.
Everybody knows that high school sports give us more value for our entertainment dollar.
They also give us leaders committed to strengthening communities right here in South Dakota. The true value of playing sports in school can't be measured in wins and losses or dollars and cents. Studies show that participation in sports, along with other extracurricular activities, is one of the best ways to teach leadership, cooperation, accountability, and other invaluable life skills. Don't just stand on the sidelines. Encourage the young people you know to get in the game. When you do, you'll be helping them get ahead in life. High school sports, a winning part of a complete education. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
The South Dakota High School Activities Association Board of Directors meeting is currently in recess or executive session. Please stand by for continued live audio coverage.
These days, the concept of value matters more than ever. And you'd be hard-pressed to find a better value than high school sports. Extracurricular activities, including sports, make up about 2% of the budget for a typical South Dakota high school. In return, participation in sports promotes citizenship and sportsmanship. Sports also instill a sense of community pride and teach lifelong lessons about cooperation and self-discipline. They encourage physical fitness. They produce community leaders. By offering so many benefits to the community for such a small percentage of a school's overall budget, it's easy to see why high school sports are one of the best bargains around. The real cost would come from not having them at all. High school sports, a winning part of a complete education. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
What do basketball, choir, drama club, and marching band all have in common? They're all high school activities that offer learning opportunities not necessarily found in the classroom. They take up just a fraction of a typical South Dakota high school's budget, and they go a long way to giving young people the tools they need to thrive. High school activities, they're more than extracurricular. They're extra important, too. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
It may not require a textbook, but it's filled with valuable lessons. It may not take place in a classroom, but it's an ideal environment for learning. It may not involve a diploma, but it can help prepare South Dakota's young people for life. It's high school sports. High school sports can play a critical role in a student's overall education. In fact, studies show that students that participate in high school sports are more likely to enjoy greater levels of achievement in their academic lives. If you think high school sports are only about competition, think again. Better yet, think about attending a high school sporting event in your community. You'll be amazed by what you see. High school sports, a winning part of a complete education. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
The South Dakota High School Activities Association Board of Directors meeting is currently in recess or executive session. Please stand by for continued live audio coverage.
Let's talk about the X's and O's of family entertainment. Every parent in South Dakota knows the importance of being able to draw up an activity that'll get you out of the house for a couple of hours. But it needs to be affordable. It needs to be family-friendly. Above all, it needs to be fun. Now, let's talk about high school sports. Bang for your buck, school sports provide the perfect game plan for your family. You'll enjoy all of the drama and excitement competitive sports offer. You'll be supporting the future leaders of our community in a meaningful way. Best of all, you can take the entire family without breaking the bank. Heck, you won't even dent it. Now, enough chalk talk. Let's get out there and see what's playing at the high school in your community. School sports. Good for our kids, good for our community. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
I perform for our high school choir director, who taught me to breathe from the diaphragm and sing from the heart.
Speech, debate, theater, music, the performing arts teach valuable life lessons that typically aren't taught in the classroom. They help high school students learn leadership skills that prepare them to enjoy more satisfying, productive lives.
Hey, I've got a question for you. Who will you perform for?
This message presented by South Dakota High School Activities and the high school in your community. There's just one place where students are students first, and athletics are played with purpose and perspective. There's just one place where a team is more than a group of individual agendas. It's a catalyst for demonstrating the potential of the collaborative spirit. There's just one place where players, coaches, and fans experience the exhilaration that happens when an entire community rallies behind the school team. That place is your local high school. High school sports offer more than the joy of competition. Studies show that student athletes are more likely to enjoy greater levels of achievement in other areas of their lives, including academics. In addition, high school sports help young people in South Dakota develop the discipline and confidence they need to be leaders in life, even as they unite communities like nothing else. High school sports, a winning part of a complete education. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
The South Dakota High School Activities Association Board of Directors meeting is currently in recess or executive session. Please stand by for continued live audio coverage.
Who do I play for? I play high school basketball for every baller who ever played a pickup game on a driveway, playground, or alley. Because we all share the same dream. I play for buzzer beaters, big-time boards, and burying rainmakers. I play high school basketball for the chance to put my hometown in South Dakota on the map by playing in a state championship.
Only 0.5% of all high school student athletes play basketball in college, but all 100% of them become adults. That's why playing basketball in their high school team is so important. High school athletes learn life lessons that help them grow up, lessons that can't be taught in the classroom and often aren't taught at home.
I play high school basketball because I love performing in front of a capacity crowd in my hometown gym.
This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Do you need me to clean this?
They are role models and educators. Their work requires a great deal of time and energy for very little pay. Who are these unsung heroes?
Thanks, Coach.
Thanks, Coach.
The simple truth about education.
Actually, Mark, I can hear you.
Dakota is this.
Oh, okay.
Without a committed team of coaches and administrators, it just wouldn't be possible. School sports, they bring out the best in all of us. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
If an individual student athlete or team wins a high school state championship, it's an amazing thing. It's also just the icing on the cake. That's because young people in South Dakota who participate in education-based athletics are already winners. Studies show that win or lose, participation helps to impart skills they can use to enjoy greater success in other areas of their lives. School sports teach the benefits of teamwork, the value of self-motivation, and the importance of accountability. They also help to foster stronger work habits and higher levels of self-esteem. In other words, the true value of school sports can't be measured in terms of wins or losses. If an individual or team goes to state, it's an incredible accomplishment. But regardless of the outcome, today's student athletes are already destined to go far. School sports, a winning part of a complete education. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
The South Dakota High School Activities Association Board of Directors meeting is currently in recess or executive session. Please stand by for continued live audio coverage.
He worked out early, practiced late, and studied well into the night. The next day, he did it all over again.
She missed time hanging out and socializing with friends so she could make it on time to practices and games.
He became a top student and a confident leader, even as he helped his team win back-to-back conference titles.
She became a role model in her community, even as she led her team to an undefeated season.
And when they finished playing high school sports, what did they do next?
She graduated from college with honors and went to work for a successful company.
He attended graduate school and became a difference maker in his community.
Because that's what student athletes in South Dakota do. They use the skills they develop playing high school sports today
To do even bigger things in life tomorrow.
high school sports.
A winning part of a complete education.
This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
This is what matters. This is beyond X's and O's. This is the difference mutual respect makes. This is what character looks like. This is what defines us in South Dakota. This is sportsmanship. School sports, it's not the outcome that matters most, but the way the games are played. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Who do I perform for? I perform for all the awesome composers whose music deserves to be heard.
I perform for all the stagehands who make sure I never miss a cue.
I perform for our high school choir director who taught me to breathe from the diaphragm and sing from the heart.
Speech, debate, theater, music. The performing arts teach valuable life lessons that typically aren't taught in the classroom. They help high school students learn leadership skills that prepare them to enjoy more satisfying, productive lives.
I perform for Mrs. Evans, my high school debate coach, who has helped me become more confident than I ever dreamed possible.
This message presented by South Dakota High School Activities and the high school in your community.
Hey, I've got a question for you. Who will you perform for?
Everybody ready to start out there in Pier?
The South Dakota High School Activities Association Board of Directors meeting is currently in recess or executive session. Please stand by for continued live audio coverage.
This may sound like a typical high school basketball game being played on a Friday night in South Dakota. In fact, it's a crash course in cooperation and teamwork. It's a test of dedication to
Okay, I'm going to call the annual meeting of the South Dakota High School Activities Association to order. I want to welcome everyone who's joining over the internet via our Listen Live link, and I want to welcome the participants we have on our Zoom meeting. It appears as though we have 43 people on that meeting right now. So I'll be running the annual meeting, and then we will switch over to the regular meetings. We're going to take about a short 20-minute break in between here to get everything changed over. The Zoom link will remain the same. This link will stay live during that break, and we'll come right back onto this Zoom link for the second meeting. So what we're going to do here is we're going to ask you to stay off the chat function. And when it comes to nominations for individuals, and when it comes to our public input during our regular meeting, we're going to have you type a Y in the chat to indicate that you'd like to speak, and that's how we will moderate the speakers. And at that point, we'd ask you to unmute yourself to do that. So during this annual meeting portion, all the motions and seconds do come from the floor. From any school. So when I ask for a motion and a second, I would just ask you to unmute yourself, make the motion, identify yourself, and then mute yourself again. And then I'll do the same for seconds. Okay? So we will get started. The first order of business on the agenda is to approve the agenda. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
So moved. No idea who.
Can you say your name, please?
Daniel Hoy from Stanley County.
Okay. There's a motion from Daniel Hoy, Stanley County. Is there a second?
Second, Randy Marshall, Brandon Valley.
Okay, there's a second from Daniel Hoy, Stanley County, or a motion by Stanley County, second by Brandon Valley. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Do we have a final number? This is what we have right now?
We have a quorum present.
Okay. So we'll figure out the numbers in terms of the voting record here. Item number 2 is to determine that a quorum is present. The quorum is at least 10 member schools. As of right now, I believe we're at over 40 schools present. We're working on a list of that. The schools present will be notated in the annual meeting minutes. Okay, so we do have a quorum. Item number 3 will be to designate a parliamentarian for the meeting. Our recommendation is to appoint Dr. Krogstrand as the parliamentarian. Is there a motion to that?
So moved. Morford, Spearfish.
Okay, there's a motion by Steve Morford. There's a motion by Steve Morford, Spearfish. Is there a second?
Craig Nowatney, St. Thomas More.
Got a second from Craig Nowatney, St. Thomas More. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. The motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 4, we have approval of the minutes of the April 15th, 2020 annual meeting. Those minutes were posted to the agenda. Is there a motion to approve those minutes?
So move. Bauer, Central.
Sitting from Baltic, seconds.
Okay, there's a motion from Rapid City Central, second from Baltic, to approve the minutes as printed. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, hearing none, that motion is approved unanimously. Item number 5 is a financial report from Brad Rinke of Rinke Gray. I believe Brad is on. Brad, go ahead and unmute yourself, and you can begin the financial report.
All right, thank you very much. So we'll start with the first screen that's up there for everyone to see, and you don't have to be paying too much attention to what's going on in the world to recognize that the stock market has been a little bit challenging over the course of the last month and a half. I'm going to bring your attention to the upper right-hand corner, the line graph portfolio value. You see obviously a retracement in the first quarter. We have had quite a bit of recovery off of that bottom. You want to look at it just simply numbers. If you look at the Dow Jones Industrial Average, we were somewhere around 29,500 on the Dow in the middle of February. Bottomed in the high 17,000s on March 27th. We have since turned and recovered a fair chunk of that. We're today somewhere in the 22,000 to 23,000 range. So about half of what we gave up, we've gotten back. When you look at the numbers to the left of that, a couple things that kind of stick out. Number one, I'll have you look at the last year column, which is the fourth from the left under the portfolio return, just right on the cursor there. Last year was an awesome year. We were up 16%. And for those of you that listened to me at the meetings before, I'm fairly certain I said it at this meeting, and I said it at every meeting that I had, is, remember these times, because markets aren't like this very often. We're due for a pullback of some sort. And lo and behold, here it's come. Nobody in my business or anybody that is in my business would ever say that they predicted anything like what we've gone through in the last 6 to 8 weeks. But nonetheless, it's where we are today. And you can see year to date, we're actually down 8.3%, which is, when you look at the numbers there, since January, when we topped, we're about 1.2 million in the corporate contributed funds. We're now at just over $1 million. We're down 8.3%. We also removed $100,000 from the corporate contributed funds to supplement the operating account, and part of the retracement you see there. What's really, I guess, two other numbers that stick out to me. Number one is the far right-hand column in that same section. It says since start date. It goes back to May of 2003. I think this is really important for people to keep in mind when we go through short-term downturns like we've seen in the market, that this is a long-term portfolio. And if you look at that number, you can see since May of 2003, we've averaged almost 6.4% per year in this portfolio. So even with the massive pullback that we saw in the month of March, middle of February really to the end of March, our overall return has still been good. Where we sit today, just over 1.01 million, down from where we were a year, or where we were obviously at the beginning of the year. But if you go back to January 1st of 2019, and you account for the $200,000 that has come out of the corporate contributed funds to help supplement the operating account, we're actually ahead by about $76,000 from where we were January 1st of 2019. So if you keep that in mind, it gives a little more perspective as to where we're at. You know, and I'll spend just a little bit of time, you know, talking about, you know, where we kind of think we are, where we think we're going. I'll be honest with you, I've seen things in the last 6 weeks that I've never seen in my career. Yesterday was probably the exclamation point as we watched the May futures contracts on oil, U.S. oil trade negative for the first time. In fact, at one point yesterday, if you owned a barrel of oil and you wanted to get rid of it in the U.S., you had to pay somebody $34 to take it off your hands. That is a combination of a couple of things I think is important to understand. It doesn't mean oil went to zero, right? It just meant that if you had oil to deliver that day, there was nowhere to deliver it. There was no place to store it, and I'm sure most of you are in the same boat as I am. We're not putting a lot of gas in our cars right now. In fact, the lady at the local gas station asked me the other day when I filled up my truck if I'd been sick because she hadn't seen me for so long. Oh, I was in there 3 days a week on my truck and travel. We think that there'll be continued pressure on the oil market, which does impact our U.S. economy. It's one of the largest pieces of our economy because of the fact that A, there's no room to store any more oil in the U.S., and B, nobody is using gasoline right now. And you just think of your own personal use on gasoline in your vehicles and how that's diminished, but then look again at the airline industry and other heavy users of oil products, way down. So, you know, we don't have a crystal ball. We say that a lot. We really don't have a crystal ball right now. I told my clients as we've gone through this is that I really believe in the United States of America. I think we're a great country. I think we'll figure this out. We'll come out on the backside. But I think there's more pain between now and when we get back to some sense of normal. And we don't really know what normal is going to be like. Why I feel that there's a little more pain to come on the market going forward before it fully recovers is, A, we're still dealing with a health crisis that we don't have a full grip on. Certainly don't have a vaccine or anything that's going to prevent this from rearing its head worse than it already has in the future. But the other side is we have to keep in mind the economic side of this, which you're starting to hear more and more people talk about. But the fact of the matter is there's a lot of people in the U.S. right now that don't have a paycheck now. And yeah, there's some short-term things from the government that are in place right now to help bridge, hopefully, to when we're able to get back to some sense of normal. But we've never unemployed 20+ million people in a 4-week period and then try to put them all back to work. So we have to feel our way through this, but we just think it's super important to stick to our guns on what we're doing. And some of the things that we've done here at Lincoln Gray, I think, are pretty important. Number one, we are constantly rebalancing this portfolio, and we look at it on a quarterly basis. We've actually looked at it on a monthly basis during this downturn to see if it makes sense to rebalance and to get back to our target allocation. And it works well when the stock market's going up. It works equally as well when the stock market's going down. It helps smooth our returns. The other thing that we've done is we've reduced our international exposure a little bit. We're probably going to reduce it a little bit more. Our feeling is that the U.S. market will recover more quickly than the international market as well. And so, you know, we want to be prepared for that. So, any questions on this slide before I move on to the operating account side? Okay, if not, John, if you can move me up, there we go, to the, this is a synopsis of where the association sits as of the 15th of April. You can see there's total operating funds, about $230,800 between the two accounts. You see the allocations that are the balance due to the corporate contributed funds has not changed since January. So since our last meeting, it has not changed. So the implied value to the corporate contributed funds is about 1.3 million. Not a lot different than where we've seen it. I mean, obviously down a little bit with the market pullback, but not significantly so. So we're still well accrued there in that portfolio. Any questions from anyone? Otherwise, that's all I have for you today.
Okay.
Just a second, man. Okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you, Brad. We will move on here to item number 6.
You just need a motion in a second to accept it.
Oh, sorry about that. We need a motion to approve the financial report.
So moved, Ryan Moore, Yankton.
Okay,
Second, Illinois, Stanley County.
Okay, I've got a motion from Yankton, second from Stanley County to approve the financial reports as presented. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We'll go through our finances here during the regular meeting portion with Isaac and talk a little bit about some of the things that we've been doing here. Okay, so we'll move on to item number 6, which is the nominations from the floor for the following board positions. Okay, I think we'll just do this as we've been doing the last ones. We'll just have you speak up here if you have a nomination. So, first set of nominations would be for the East River at-large position, and that it would be filled by a superintendent that could be nominated by anybody. The person being nominated has to be the superintendent of the school that is physically located east of the Missouri River. Okay, so I would open it up to nominations at this time. Please indicate who you are, what school you're from, and who you are nominating.
Dan, this is Bob Siddick from Baltic, and I would like to nominate Keith Larson from Chester for this position.
Okay. We've got a nomination of Keith Larson of Chester.
This is Daniel Hoy. I would like to nominate Jeff Costers from the Frederick area.
Okay.
Dan, this is Brian Mosier in Pierre. I would like to nominate Dr. Kelly Gloat, Superintendent of Pierre School District.
Okay. So right now I have Keith Larson of Chester, nominated by Bob Siddick of Baltic. I've got Jeff Costers of Frederick, nominated by Daniel Hoey of Stanley County. I've got Dr. Gloat from Pierre, nominated by Brian Mosier of Pierre.
Dan, this is Dan Martin from Timberlake, South Dakota. I'd like to nominate Tom Culver from Avon.
Okay. That was from Timberlake, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I have Keith Larson of Chester, Jeff Costers of Frederick, Kelly Gloat of Pierre, Tom Culver of Avon. Are there any other nominations? Okay, last call for nominations, East River Superintendent. Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to the Small School Group Board of Education.
Dan, Joe Schwan, Groton area. I'd like to nominate Marty Wisemantle.
Is he from Groton?
He's from Groton, yes, sorry.
Okay. Any other nominations for the Small School Group Board of Education? Okay, last call, Small School Group Board of Education. Okay, nominations for that position are closed. I would now open it up to Division I representative. That would be a principal position. Nominations for Division I representative.
Dan,
This is Nate Malchow from Sioux Falls, Washington High School. And I would like to nominate Dan Conrad, principal of Sioux Falls, Washington High School. May want to note as well that Dan will be the new principal at Sioux Falls Jefferson High School starting in July of 2001.
Okay. Thank you, Nate Malchow. 1 second.
He would not necessarily be eligible to serve in that position if he is not an active principal at an active member school in 2020-21.
Nate, will he remain?
Just a second.
Nate, just a clarification. Yes. Will he remain at Sioux Falls, Washington until Jefferson opens? Or is he going to be the principal of Jefferson next year before Jefferson opens?
My understanding is that he will be the principal of Jefferson High School next year before it opens.
Dan, this is Casey Miley, Sioux Falls School District. He will begin his post July 1, 2020.
Okay, if he's going to be the principal of Sioux Falls Jefferson, then Sioux Falls Jefferson would need to be a member school starting next year.
We can make that happen.
Okay. We just wanted to be clear on that. Okay, so we have Dan Conrad of Sioux Falls, Washington / Sioux Falls Jefferson.
Yes, Dan Conrad.
Okay, are there any other nominations?
Dr. Swartos, this is Jordan Bauer, Rapid City Central. I'd like to nominate Mike Talley, head principal, Rapid City Central.
Okay, I've got a nomination of Mike Talley, Rapid City Central. From Jordan Bauer, Rapid City Central. Okay, are there any other nominations? Okay, nominations for Division I representative are closed. I would need a motion from the floor to accept these nominations unanimously and consider the nomination period closed for all three.
I'll make a motion to go on to say down the
Second, Bauer, Central.
Okay, any comments on that motion? Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. All opposed, same sign. Okay, that passes unanimously. Okay, moving on to item number 7. We have the introduction of one proposed constitutional amendment by the SDHSAA staff. Okay, you can see the proposed amendment there as it pulls up. This has had a reading by our board of directors, and we do have some support proposals that are dependent on this passing. So we'll cover that more when we get to the support proposals. But essentially, it would be amending the bylaws of page 20, chapter 2, part 2, section 3. You can see the original language up top there. You can see the proposed changes where we would essentially strike out a majority of that language and indicate that the requirement is 5 days of practice rather than the 2 full weeks. And the rationale there, this has been a request from our member schools for several years. We end up giving out waivers every year due to weather and other circumstances. It also makes the time frame consistent across all sports. Tennis and golf currently already use the 5-day rule. It does not replace or lessen any heat acclimatization rules or procedures that are currently in place for fall sports. And it does not adjust the first allowable contest dates of sports. Okay? It just simply shortens it up. It indicates 5 days of practice rather than the 2 full weeks. And again, a majority of it is to account for practices that are canceled in the winter due to weather and items of that nature. Anything else from the staff to add in accordance with that? Okay, so this motion,
I would just add real quick that it does not supersede any language that is in handbook policy as far as football. I know that was a question amongst many members, that the heat acclimatization language and first practice, first contest date, all of that still is intact. This is just simply allowing you to play that contest with winter and spring sports, potentially outside of having 10 completed practices ultimately.
it does not change any of the contact rules for football either.
Correct.
Okay, so this motion would not be to approve this. Well, it would be to approve, but it's approving putting it out on the ballot for a vote of the membership. Okay, so it's not approving or disapproving the concept. It's approving putting it out to ballot. So with that, I would entertain a motion to approve that as a second reading and to place on a constitutional amendment ballot for the schools.
I'll make a motion to approve it. Craig Milwaukee, St. Thomas More.
Second, Todd Palmer, Sturgis.
Okay, we've got a motion from St. Thomas More, a second from Sturgis. Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Okay, hearing none, that passes unanimously. That will go on the ballot with the board of directors nominations. Item number 8 is an explanation of the voting procedures. So the ballots for the board of directors positions will be mailed out to the superintendent of each member school within 10 days of the annual meeting. So they will go out prior to May 1st, 2020. The deadline for return of those ballots is May 30th, 2020. And in order to be elected, a candidate must receive a majority of the votes cast. If none of them receive a majority, there will be a runoff between the top 2 vote recipients immediately following that May 30th deadline. Same, in terms of the constitutional amendment, those will be mailed out with the ballots for the board of directors. So they will be mailed out by May 1st. The deadline is May 30th. And to pass, it must receive 60% favorable vote of the association. Okay? So in terms of the nominations we got for board of directors, the East River at-large superintendent position will have 4 names on it. Small school board of directors will have 1 name. The Division I representative will have 2 names on it. And those will be mailed out prior to May 1st. Okay, questions on that? Hearing no questions, we'll move on to item number 9. And I think our president, Mo Rusink, was going to address this. Mo, if you're there, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yeah, at this time, if there is anybody that would like to unmute and recognize a retiring administrator, or if we have any past board members that are on this meeting. And beyond that, just like to recognize those of us that are not with us and all they've done for the association and its member schools. Was there any retiring administrators that you'd like to get recognized? Okay, not hearing any past. Yeah.
Well, I'd like to recognize Tony Brown, athletic director and principal at Langford. He is retiring, so I would like to recognize him.
All right. Thank you. We thank him for his service. Anyone else? Hey, any other board members, past board members that are, I know there's some out there.
Craig Milwaukee, St. Thomas More, 2001 to 2006.
Bob Siddick from Baltic, 2005 to 2010.
Jerry Neville, second here in 2008 to 2013.
Any other past board members?
I see Chris Schultz and I see Rick Weber. I'm not sure they can speak, but they served during the odd times with me.
Thank you. All right.
Clifford Spearfish, don't remember the years.
Christina Schultz, 2006 to 2011.
I think I saw Steve Moore on there too somewhere, right?
Yep, Steve Moore, 2017-18.
Okay. So thank you to Steve, Rick, Christina, Craig, Terry, and Bob. Appreciate everything that you've given to the association as past board members, and that you continue to give to the association through your member school as administrator. Thank you.
I think Steve Morford's out there too, I think.
Yep, we got it.
Moore and Morford?
Got them both.
All right.
How can I use it? Go ahead. Okay, before we move on, I did want to recognize Huron had a long time coach pass away recently. Tom Bassler from Huron. He was a great advocate in education. He was a great advocate in sports, and I just wanted to mention to Mr. Nebelsick that Huron and your staff and your kids are in our thoughts. And Coach Bassler was a great man, and he'll be missed. Okay.
Thank you for the kind words. Mr. Roder was on this on a different network, but I know I've seen that he's on this as well. This is a tough week at Huron. Tom Bassler exemplified relationship, and that was his students, his peers, and all of you. So appreciate the kind words, Terry. I didn't want to step in. I know you're out there as well.
All right. Moving on to item number 10, member concerns. And I'll note that general comments for our sport proposals will happen, and you'll be allowed to make comments in regards to specific sport proposals during our regular meeting when we address sport proposals. And we would save the comments on that for that time. But any other general member concerns, good or bad, from the membership, we would take it at this time.
Dan, this is Terry Rodert here, and I should ask this question earlier. When the ballot comes out for the nominees, will they have a short bio?
Yes, I'll be asking every nominee that every person that received a nomination, I would ask for a short bio from them. We'll get that sent out today after the meeting. Thank you for reminding me. And Joe from Groton, I would ask you to contact your board member to get that bio and either have him send it to you and forward it to me, or he can send it directly to myself.
Understood, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Terry, for that. Any other concerns or comments from the membership? Okay. Hearing none, I would just add a big thank you to the membership. You've all dealt with this locally. It's been a crazy spring, and our membership has responded wonderfully to it. And I just wanted to put a quick note up there to thank you all for your work locally with your kids. I've said this before, but I live with a kindergarten teacher, and I've seen the work that you are all doing locally as superintendents, as principals, as athletic directors, as educators. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate that as a parent of a child who's continuing to learn through this. And I know that you've all made difficult decisions locally, and you've all been working your rear ends off locally to make sure that the kids are getting as much as they can doing this. So I want to thank you all for that. Moving on to item number 11. Is there any other business that the membership of the Board of Directors might wish to consider? Hearing none.
I may have missed this, but do we have, Board of Director members that this is their final year?
Yes, thank you. I want to recognize Mo Rusing, Dr. Maher from Mo Rusing from Sioux Valley, Dr. Maher from Sioux Falls, and David Plantin from Langford area. This is their final year. They'll have one more meeting after this, so they can't quit working yet. But they'll have one more meeting. And
we've done it in the past. I'd like to make a motion to formally thank them for their service and make it part of the minutes as they wrap up their final annual meeting. So if you could get that through consensus, I'd appreciate it being in the minutes.
Thank you, Terry.
Steve Moore from Roosevelt.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Motion from Huron, second from Roosevelt, to thank the outgoing board members for their service to the board and to the schools in our state.
Who was the second?
The second was Steve Moore, Sioux Falls, Roosevelt. Okay, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. The motion carries, and I would add the thanks to all three of those board members. They've all done a wonderful job, and I thank them deeply for their service. Okay, our final action here for our annual meeting would be adjournment. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved. Daniel Noy.
Okay, there's a motion from Stanley County.
Second, Rick Weber, Flandreau.
Second from Flandreau. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, the time is 11:35. Yes. Okay. That motion carries. It is 11:35 right now, 11:36. We will come back at, should we say noon or 11:55? We'll come back at 12 o'clock noon. It will be the same Zoom meeting. We'll keep this live right now. We would ask, if you're not planning to speak, just for ease of moderating, that you switch over to the Listen Live link on our website for that. If you are intending to speak to any resolutions or about anything else at the meeting, please stay on this, and we'll get through it through the Zoom meeting link that we have. Okay, so we will break. We'll come back at noon.
The South Dakota High School Activities Association Board of Directors meeting is currently in recess or executive session. Please stand by for continued live audio coverage.
Who do I play for? I play high school basketball for every baller who ever played a pickup game on a driveway, playground, or alley. Because we all share the same dream. I play for buzzer beaters, big-time boards, and burying rainmakers. I play high school basketball for the chance to put my hometown in South Dakota on the map by playing in a state championship.
Only 0.5% of all high school student athletes play basketball in college, but all 100% of them become adults. That's why playing basketball in their high school team is so important. High school athletes learn life lessons that help them grow up, lessons that can't be taught in the classroom and often aren't taught at home.
I play high school basketball because I love performing in front of a capacity crowd in my hometown gym.
This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association. They are role models and educators. Their work requires a great deal of time and energy for very little pay. Who are these unsung heroes?
Thanks, Coach.
Thanks, Coach.
The simple truth about education-based athletics in South Dakota is this: without a committed team of coaches and administrators, it just wouldn't be possible. School sports, they bring out the best in all of us. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
If an individual student athlete or team wins a high school state championship, it's an amazing thing. It's also just the icing on the cake. That's because young people in South Dakota who participate in education-based athletics are already winners. Studies show that win or lose, participation helps to impart skills they can use to enjoy greater success in other areas of their lives. School sports teach the benefits of teamwork, the value of self-motivation, and the importance of accountability. They also help to foster stronger work habits and higher levels of self-esteem. In other words, the true value of school sports can't be measured in terms of wins or losses. If an individual or team goes to state, it's an incredible accomplishment. Regardless of the outcome, today's student athletes are already destined to go far. School sports, a winning part of a complete education. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
The South Dakota High School Activities Association Board of Directors meeting is currently in recess or executive session. Please stand by for continued live audio coverage.
He worked out early, practiced late, and studied well into the night. The next day, he did it all over again.
She missed time hanging out and socializing with friends so she could make it on time to practices and games.
He became a top student and a confident leader, even as he helped his team win back-to-back conference titles.
She became a role model in her community, even as she led her team to an undefeated season.
And when they finished playing high school sports, what did they do next?
She graduated from college with honors and went to work for a successful company.
He attended graduate school and became a difference maker in his community.
Because that's what student athletes in South Dakota do. They use the skills they develop playing high school sports today
to do even bigger things in life tomorrow.
High school sports,
a winning part of a complete education.
This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
This is what matters. This is beyond X's and O's. This is the difference mutual respect makes. This is what character looks like. This is what defines us in South Dakota. This is sportsmanship. School sports, it's not the outcome that matters most, but the way the games are played. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Who do I perform for? I perform for all the awesome composers whose music deserves to be heard.
I perform for all the stagehands who make sure I never miss a cue.
I perform for our high school choir director who taught me to breathe from the diaphragm and sing from the heart.
Speech, debate, theater, music. The performing arts teach valuable life lessons that typically aren't taught in the classroom. They help high school students learn leadership skills that prepare them to enjoy more satisfying, productive lives.
I perform for Mrs. Evans, my high school debate coach, who has helped me become more confident than I ever dreamed possible.
This message presented by South Dakota High School Activities and the high school in your community.
Hey, I've got a question for you. Who will you perform for?
The South Dakota High School Activities Association Board of Directors meeting is currently in recess or executive session. Please stand by for continued live audio
This may sound like a typical high school basketball game being played on a Friday night in South Dakota. In fact, it's a crash course in cooperation and teamwork. It's a test of dedication, determination, and drive. It's character development in action. If you think high school sports are only about competition, think about this. High school sports can play a critical role in a student's overall education. In fact, studies show that students who participate in school sports are more likely to enjoy greater levels of achievement in their academic lives. At the same time, playing sports helps teach lessons not covered in the classroom. Lessons like tolerance, respect for the rules, and the importance of supporting your community. High school sports, a winning part of a complete education. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association. There's just one place where students are students first, and athletics are played with purpose and perspective. That place is your local high school. High school sports offer more than the joy of competition. Studies show that student athletes in South Dakota are also likely to enjoy greater levels of achievement in other areas of their lives, including academics. High school sports, a winning part of a complete education. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Everybody knows that high school sports generate suspense, excitement, and drama.
They also generate higher grade point averages, stronger work habits, and greater self-esteem.
Everybody knows that high school sports give us more value for our entertainment dollar.
They also give us leaders committed to strengthening communities right here in South Dakota. The true value of playing sports in school can't be measured in wins and losses or dollars and cents. Studies show that participation in sports, along with other extracurricular activities, is one of the best ways to teach leadership, cooperation, accountability, and other invaluable life skills. Don't just stand on the sidelines. Encourage the young people you know to get in the game. When you do, you'll be helping them get ahead in life. High school sports, a winning part of a complete education. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
The South Dakota High School Activities Association Board of Directors meeting is currently in recess or executive session. Please stand by for continued live audio coverage.
These days, the concept of value matters more than ever. And you'd be hard-pressed to find a better value than high school sports. Extracurricular activities, including sports, make up about 2% of the budget for a typical South Dakota high school. In return, participation in sports promotes citizenship and sportsmanship. Sports also instill a sense of community pride and teach lifelong lessons about cooperation and self-discipline. They encourage physical fitness. They produce community leaders. By offering so many benefits to the community for such a small percentage of a school's overall budget, it's easy to see why high school sports are one of the best bargains around. The real cost would come from not having them at all. High school sports, a winning part of a complete education. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
What do basketball, choir, drama club, and marching band all have in common? They're all high school activities that offer learning opportunities not necessarily found in the classroom. They take just a fraction of the typical South Dakota high school's budget, and they go a long way to giving young people the tools they need to thrive. High school activities, they're more than extracurricular. They're extra important, too. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
It may not require a textbook, but it's filled with valuable lessons. It may not take place in a classroom, but it's an ideal environment for learning. It may not involve a diploma, but it can help prepare South Dakota's young people for life. It's high school sports. High school sports can play a critical role in a student's overall education. In fact, studies show that students that participate in high school sports are more likely to enjoy greater levels of achievement in their academic lives. If you think high school sports are only about competition, think again. Better yet, think about attending a high school sporting event in your community. You'll be amazed by what you see. High school sports, a winning part of a complete education. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
The South Dakota High School Activities Association Board of Directors meeting is currently in recess or executive session. Please stand by for continued live audio coverage.
Let's talk about the X's and O's of family entertainment. Every parent in South Dakota knows the importance of being able to draw up an activity that'll get you out of the house for a couple of hours. But it needs to be affordable. It needs to be family friendly. Above all, it needs to be fun. Now, let's talk about high school sports. Bang for your buck, school sports provide the perfect game plan for your family. You'll enjoy all of the drama and excitement competitive sports offer. You'll be supporting the future leaders of our community in a meaningful way. Best of all, you can take the entire family without breaking the bank. Heck, you won't even dent it. Now, enough chalk talk. Let's get out there and see what's playing at the high school in your community. School sports. Good for our kids, good for our community. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
I perform for our high school choir director, who taught me to breathe from the diaphragm and sing from the heart.
Speech, debate, theater, music, the performing arts teach valuable life lessons that typically aren't taught in the classroom. They help high school students learn leadership skills that prepare them to enjoy more satisfying, productive lives.
Hey, I've got a question for you. Who will you perform for?
This message presented by South Dakota High School Activities and the high school in your community. There's just one place where students are students first, and athletics are played with purpose and perspective. There's just one place where a team is more than a group of individual agendas. It's a catalyst for demonstrating the potential of the collaborative spirit. There's just one place where players, coaches, and fans experience the exhilaration that happens when an entire community rallies behind the school team. That place is your local high school. High school sports offer more than the joy of competition. Studies show that student athletes are more likely to enjoy greater levels of achievement in other areas of their lives, including academics. In addition, high school sports help young people in South Dakota develop the discipline and confidence they need to be leaders in life, even as they unite communities like nothing else. High school sports, a winning part of a complete education. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
The South Dakota High School Activities Association Board of Directors meeting is currently in recess or executive session. Please stand by for continued live audio coverage.
Who do I play for? I play high school basketball for every baller who ever played a pickup game on a driveway, playground, or alley. Because we all share the same dream. I play for buzzer beaters, big-time boards, and burying rainmakers. I play high school basketball for the chance to put my hometown in South Dakota on the map by playing in a state championship.
Only 0.5% of all high school student athletes play basketball in college, but all 100% of them become adults. That's why playing basketball in their high school team is so important. High school athletes learn life lessons that help them grow up, lessons that can't be taught in the classroom and often aren't taught at home.
I play high school basketball because I love performing in front of a capacity crowd in my hometown gym.
This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association. They are role models and educators. Their work requires a great deal of time and energy for very little pay. Who are these unsung heroes?
Thanks, Coach.
Thanks, Coach.
The simple truth about education-based athletics in South Dakota is this: without a committed team of coaches and administrators, it just wouldn't be possible. School sports, they bring out the best in all of us. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
If an individual student athlete or team wins a high school state championship, it's an amazing thing. It's also just the icing on the cake. That's because young people in South Dakota who participate in education-based athletics are already winners. Studies show that win or lose, participation helps to impart skills they can use to enjoy greater success in other areas of their lives. School sports teach the benefits of teamwork, the value of self-motivation, and the importance of accountability. They also help to foster stronger work habits and higher levels of self-esteem. In other words, the true value of school sports can't be measured in terms of wins or losses. If an individual or team goes to state, it's an incredible accomplishment. But regardless of the outcome, today's student athletes are already destined to go far. School sports, a winning part of a complete education. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
The South Dakota High School Activities Association Board of Directors meeting is currently in recess or executive session. Please stand by for continued live audio coverage.
He worked out early, practiced late, and studied well into the night. The next day, he did it all over again.
She missed time hanging out and socializing with friends so she could make it on time to practices and games.
He became a top student and a confident leader, even as he helped his team win back-to-back conference titles.
She became a role model in her community, even as she led her team to an undefeated season.
And when they finished playing high school sports, what did they do next?
She graduated from college with honors and went to work for a successful company.
He attended graduate school and became a difference maker in his community.
Because that's what student athletes in South Dakota do. They use the skills they develop playing high school sports today
to do even bigger things in life tomorrow.
High school sports,
a winning part of a complete education.
This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
This is what matters. This is beyond X's and O's. This is the difference mutual respect makes. This is what character looks like. This is what defines us in South Dakota. This is sportsmanship. School sports, it's not the outcome that matters most, but the way the games are played. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Who do I perform for? I perform for all the awesome composers whose music deserves to be heard.
I perform for all the stagehands who make sure I never miss a cue.
I perform for our high school choir director who taught me to breathe from the diaphragm and sing from the heart.
Speech, debate, theater, music. The performing arts teach valuable life lessons that typically aren't taught in the classroom. They help high school students learn leadership skills that prepare them to enjoy more satisfying, productive lives.
I perform for Mrs. Evans, my high school debate coach, who has helped me become more confident than I ever dreamed possible.
This message presented by South Dakota High School Activities and the high school in your community.
Hey, I've got a question for you. Who will you perform for?
The South Dakota High School Activities Association Board of Directors meeting is currently in recess or executive session. Please stand by for continued live audio coverage.
This may sound like a typical high school basketball game being played on a Friday night in South Dakota. In fact, it's a crash course in cooperation and teamwork. It's a test of dedication, determination, and drive. It's character development in action. If you think high school sports are only about competition, think about this. High school sports can play a critical role in a student's overall education. In fact, studies show that students who participate in school sports are more likely to enjoy greater levels of achievement in their academic lives. At the same time, playing sports helps teach lessons not covered in the classroom. Lessons like tolerance, respect for the rules, and the importance of supporting your community. High school sports, a winning part of a complete education. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association. There's just one place where students are students first, and athletics are played with purpose and perspective. That place is your local high school. High school sports offer more than the joy of competition. Studies show that student athletes in South Dakota are also likely to enjoy greater levels of achievement in other areas of their lives, including academics. High school sports, a winning part of a complete education. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Everybody knows that high school sports generate suspense, excitement, and drama.
They also generate higher grade point averages, stronger work habits, and greater self-esteem.
Everybody knows that high school sports give us more value for our entertainment dollar.
They also give us leaders committed to strengthening communities right here in South Dakota. The true value of playing sports in school can't be measured in wins and losses or dollars and cents. Studies show that participation in sports, along with other extracurricular activities, is one of the best ways to teach leadership.
Mo, I've got a few things I'll say before, no, you're fine. Here are a few things I'll say before we get started. We are live on the website link right now, and I'll just reiterate, please indicate your name when you're speaking. In terms of our board members, I'd ask you to do that as well, both so that we know and so that the people who are listening online know who it is that is speaking. And then when we get to the sport proposals, just to keep it organized here, if you're going to, we're going to go sport by sport. We'll start with basketball. We'll read through the proposal, and then we'll ask for comments. And what I would ask you to do at that time is if you're going to speak to any of the proposals, that you type a Y into the group chat, and then we'll call you in order of how you responded on there, just to keep some order to this, and so that people aren't speaking over top of each other. Okay, so we will go ahead and get started. Mo, you can go ahead.
We'll call you in order of how you respond on there, just to keep some order.
I'd like to call the meeting to order for the April 21st meeting, the Activity Association of South Dakota High Schools. Just want to make sure all the board members are on before I begin. Is Mark on?
Mark is on.
Yeah.
I believe the only one we were missing is Barry Mann. He is excused, unless you have gotten on Barry and I didn't notice it.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure. Item number 1 is to approve the agenda, and there's an amendment to the agenda. Item 12 will be removed as that has been canceled this summer. Then item 16, executive session, will be removed as well. That'll be moved to a later date in a meeting in June, or perhaps that one, if we have to have one before that, for the possible hire of our finance director position.
I move to approve the agenda as amended. Maher from Sioux Falls.
Planteen, seconds.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on those amendments to the agenda? Okay, hearing no discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, moving on to item number 2, open forum. Is there anybody that would like to speak to the board open forum? As Dr. Fordo stated, if you have things directed towards the sports proposals, we will wait to that time for each sport, and let you provide input during that time, so it's in conjunction with what we're talking about, the topic at hand. So, are there any other open forum issues?
This is Joey Struy from Sioux Falls Lincoln High School. I just wanted to talk about the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Professional Outreach Program this summer. It was going to be held in conjunction with the High School Coaches Association Conference, but since that's been canceled, we have received permission from the national office to conduct the outreach program via Zoom. So that conference, or those courses on June 14th and 15th are available to all athletic directors, new athletic directors next year, current athletic directors, anybody who might be involved with your middle school programs, or maybe taking over a program as AD in the next year or two. They're open to anyone who is interested in those things. We have 30 slots that are being funded by the NIAAA. And if we go over that, we can request further funding. So I'm hoping that we get enough people to go over that a lot. So I just wanted to put a plug in with that. You see the sheet on your screen now. The dates, June 14th and 15th. We left those the same just so that we would have some consistency with that. But as you can see, it'll be presented via Zoom. So registration is open. There's a link there. We encourage your athletic directors, middle school ADs, prospective ADs to register for that and fill up those slots. So if you have any questions, you can direct them to me. My email is there at the bottom, or to Corey Odland at Mitchell, or Paul Nevenall at Newbrook area. Thank you.
Thank you, Joey. Anyone else? Okay, moving on to item number 3. Approve the cancellation of state events for the remainder of 2019-20 and approve a plan for participant recognition for those who qualified for state events. Approve participation fee changes for 19-20.
Okay, this is Dan Swartis. What we have on there in terms of the recommendation, Aaron is pulling that up right now. We've got actually 4 items. The first one would be to formalize the cancellation of all of our postponed winter state activities, which would be all classes of basketball, visual arts, region music, and all-state band, and all 2019-20 spring activities. We've got all-state jazz band, boys tennis, track and field, Class B, golf, A girls golf, AA girls golf. Really quickly, I wanted to mention Brooks has done a good job for the visual arts. They're not having a competition, but they have put an online art gallery out there. We'll share that link out. But I encourage you to go and look at the work that the kids have done for visual arts. Again, it's not being judged by anybody, but there will be an art gallery out there for the kids to showcase their work. Moving on to number 2 there, it would be to authorize us to develop a means of recognition for our state event qualifiers. We're working with A&M right now to do that. I believe the intent, our intent would be to create a plaque that is similar to the 4th place plaque that the schools get right now, and it would in the Class B girls, since they played some games, the teams that won their first round game would get a plaque that said state semifinalist. Teams that lost that first round would have a plaque that says state consolation finalist. And then for the remaining basketball tournaments, we would send a plaque out to all those schools that said they already have a plaque that says state qualifier that they got in the SODAC 16. But we would send them a plaque that says state quarterfinalist. I think that's probably the most equitable way to do it. I know we've had some requests to get places along the lines of seating. That's not something that we can get behind here as a staff. We believe that if you're going to give places out, the game should have been played to be able to do that, but this would be a way to recognize those programs for making it to the state tournament. We would also, we're going to gather the balls up that were sent out to those sites, and we'll distribute those balls with the state tournament logo on them to the schools who are involved in that. And we've got some autograph balls that we can get out to the schools as well. The third item there would be to waive participation fees for student council, boys tennis, B golf, A girls golf, AA girls golf, track and field, and visual arts. You'll notice on there that we're not waiving the fee for All-State Band or Jazz Band, and the reason for that is most of our costs associated with those events come during the audition process, and the audition process had concluded for both of those events, so our costs remain for that. And then for basketball, because the season was 99% finished, we still have costs involved in our officials, assigners, and our observation programs. We still have costs involved for basketball as well. The fourth item there would be the cost disbursement of the spring sports medals, particularly for the regions. We are going to eat the cost of the state sports medals. It would be for the board to consider whether we, generally the costs of the region medals are borne by the regions. If we are absorbing that entire cost as an association, it's going to be about $10,000 for those region medals. If we ask the regions to pitch in for that, generally each region, it was about $500 for the track medals and $100 for the golf medals. So you would be dividing that up between 5 to 7 teams in basketball, that $500. And then for golf, it's, I think, 8 to 11 teams for regions. We're okay either way for that. We just need to know which route to go as a staff. So we'd be looking at $100 or so per school, or it would be about $10,000 to us as an association. And I think we're going to be able to return our trophies that we had gotten from A&M to be reused. They can put a different nameplate on there, but the medals that we got for our state events, they're not going to be able to be reused. There's etching on the back with the year on it. So we'll be eating the cost of that for the state medals for basketball and for all the state events in the spring.
Okay, I'm looking for a motion and a second, and then if there's discussion, we'll have that.
Mo, I'd make a motion, Rasmussen, to approve.
Okay, motion by Jerry. For a second?
Second, Maher.
Second by Brian. Discussion.
This is Dan Aker Witter. My feelings on the cost distribution of the medals, I think we eat that. I don't feel that we didn't have it, that we put that on the schools. That's my personal opinion. We didn't have any competitions. I don't think we, this time, put that expense on the schools.
Are those medals, those region medals, do they have a date on them, or they be able to be used for next year?
They have a date on them.
Yeah, we've talked about a couple of different ways of repurposing them, and that's kind of what we'll look to do. Basically, what we'll have is all of that stock over the next few months, along with the state tournament medals and things. We'll have those collected here in the office and look at options for repurposing and reusing. Ultimately, you also will remember that we've got a medal bid coming up here in a little bit that changes the sizes of a lot of those medals. So some of them kind of have to get repurposed, if you will, because we'll be giving out larger medals potentially next year. But yes, we will look at ways to be able to reuse and redistribute those. In the past, if you remember, Charlie Sizer had that program of working with Special Olympics and using them as a donation to Special Olympics to give out at some of their events. So we'll pursue different options like that to see what we can do and make sure that they are used and just not lost or chucked in the garbage or whatever.
To be clear, we're fine with absorbing that cost. We just needed the board to formalize that because it generally is the cost of the region.
I am personally fine with the Team Black idea that you have, and maybe I didn't hear anything, but is there a possibility, and I can't speak for the rest of the board, of having a medal for those kids that were in the state tournament? I know they're probably all different colors, but if we have to do something to make that happen, I think given the situation, that's the least we can do for those kids that were involved in this.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly something we can look into and get a cost for that and see what it would be. We can work through our current supplier for that.
Even if it were to say the same thing, quarterfinalists, maybe it doesn't have to be the exact same medals as what you use, but is there anybody else on board that feels that way?
Yeah, I agree with you, Mo. I think the kids should be recognized with the medal.
Okay, we can do that.
I would also agree this is regional sport teams. I would also agree with Mo on that.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, item number 3 passes. Moving on to item number 4, approve changes to the 2020 summer contact rules due to the COVID-19.
Okay. We're trying to keep this as simple as possible and avoid having to have special meetings to deal with this. Essentially, our summertime period for contact normally begins the Sunday following state track. It goes through July 31st. And what we're proposing is that summer time period does not begin until the current proclamation from our governor regarding COVID-19 expires. Right now, that extends through May 31st, which I believe that is a Monday, so that would be a day after when generally the summer contact period would start. If that gets extended, so our summer contact period would not begin until that proclamation extends, and then at that time we would have our June board meeting to address if we wanted to make any changes in regards to extending that July 31st deadline, or if we wanted to make any changes to the moratorium period surrounding July 4th.
Okay, do I have a motion and a second?
Move to approve, Gaskins.
Second, Aker.
Okay, I'll take Craig with the first, and then Randy, Aker with the second. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, item 4 passes. Moving on to item number 5, conduct a first reading of the proposed changes to the Activity Association Athletic Handbooks, proposed changes from the Sports Officials Advisory Council, and the Sports Medicine Advisory Council as submitted by the various advisory committees and councils. And as we mentioned before, if you do have a comment that you'd like to interject, we'll take these sport by sport, and if you have a comment on one of the different proposals, we ask that you put a Y in your in the chat room, and then we would call on you, either myself, Dr. Sportos, or I'm not sure if Aaron is helping moderate. One of us would call on you to provide your feedback for that. So the first ones that we have are basketball. And for those of you that have not ever been in this process, it can get quite lengthy. We're not going to rush through them, but anytime that we can combine them when we're voting, we'll try and do that as well. So as far as those in the audience or board members, is there any of the proposals in basketball that you'd like to speak to?
Mo, maybe first I'll just run through the proposals really quickly, run through our recommendation. And then if people have comments regarding the proposals or our recommendation, then they can give that. Is that okay?
Sounds good.
Okay, so for basketball, there are 5 proposals. The first one is to move the first allowable practice 1 week earlier than the current rule allows. It would be moved to week 21 with the first allowable contest on Friday of week 22.
Okay, and note that changed in the chart when we went through it. That first allowable contest would be on Thursday, December 3rd. So the chart was updated, the proposal was not.
Okay, so I think the main reason for this is that with the combined tournaments going away, we now have a situation where our girls' season is a week shorter than the boys' season, and our feeling that could lead to some Title IX issues. And I think that was the main driver of this change. You can see the AD vote there was 108 yes, 31 no. Proposal 2 was to move the first allowable contest date for boys basketball to Thursday of week 23. That was a 7-0 committee vote. 121 yes, 18 no for the AD vote. And the rationale for that is this would reflect the proposed constitutional change from 10 days to 5. It would move the competition date back by 1 day, and that does open up a few out-of-state contests for our West River schools and allow them a closer competition for that date. We've given that waiver a few times in the past. We have a waiver, I think Rapid City had been doing it, and they had moved out of that, but St. Thomas More moved into it, so St. Thomas More has a waiver for that right now. Proposal 3 would be eliminating restrictions on pre-wrap as a hair control device. This is bringing us in line with NFHS rules. Number 4 would be to continue with SODAC 16 contests being played at a neutral site. However, direct our staff to select sites that are in closer proximity to the higher seed. You can see the AD vote there was 63 yes, 48 no, with the 31-14 vote and the A 31-33 vote in the B. And the rationale for that was essentially for us, it's really hard to find sites that are exactly halfway in between or close to halfway in between. You've got some combinations of those contests that are really difficult. If you look on a map to be able to find some place that's in the middle. And also recognizing the work that higher seed had to get that higher seed and to give them some sort of an advantage. Then proposal number 5 was a AA discussion in terms of the mercy rule, that when they're playing a Class A or Class B team, if they agree prior to the start of the contest, that they can use that mercy rule. So our recommendation would be to approve all 5 changes as proposed. The guidance on number 4 is needed by us to continue to make site determinations, and it was never formalized in the past.
I have a question. Is there going to be any, like a Thursday, Friday dead period for Thanksgiving in this proposal, or was there any discussion on that?
This is Joe, and yes, we talked about that. The idea that there are 9 days basically built in from the first practice date to the first contest date allows coaches to have some leeway and allows for that particular situation to happen. We did talk about with the moratorium over Christmas or over the winter break and the moratorium in July, that we really didn't want to at this point in time impose another moratorium on those dates. We really felt that coaches and schools could help each other out in those situations and take care of that as they saw fit.
Okay, thank you, Joe.
Yeah.
Okay, in terms of comments from the membership, we do have Steve Morford would like to comment on proposal number 1. Mr. Morford, go ahead.
Thank you, gentlemen, and Joe.
My concerns with number one are just what David was talking about. You're starting this girls' practice now during Thanksgiving week. To me, you're putting girls' coaches, girls' players, and families in kind of a precarious situation that what they're going to do on Thursday and Friday. And to be honest, I think many schools now don't go on Wednesday. I think we've tried to put the scare into people. This is a Title IX issue. This is not a Title IX issue. You can look it up. It doesn't matter if the season's a week shorter. There are other states that have the season a week shorter. You can play the same number of games within that time frame and make it so it's not a Title IX issue. It's crazy to me to start those practices that week when most are going to expect that you're not going to do anything on Thursday or Friday, and then if you don't then you're asking to have those coaches, probably they're asking their administrators if they can practice on Sunday. And we already have had that discussion this year on how everybody feels about Sunday practices and Sunday anything. I remember some of Brian's quotes on Sunday, it's there for a purpose, that there's no reason to start basketball practice 1 week earlier for girls than it is now, because you're just messing up Thanksgiving, which is just a big holiday for families as anyway. Thanks, guys.
I would add, currently wrestling and gymnastics practice take place during Thanksgiving week. And they figured out a way around that. But that's not to say anything about Mr. Morford's comments. I would just add that in.
Any other comments, feedback on any of the basketball proposals?
Mo, I'd like this is Dan Baker, to speak about number 4 a little bit. I kind of feel that this was already what we were already doing, and some of the feedback I got, the big concern obviously is the distances that could be created because of this. I guess what I'm asking here is some assurance from our staff that we don't have one team traveling 200 miles and another one 10. And I also know exactly what they're saying when we're talking about sites, especially if we get the farther west, even in our area, there's not that many there. So it is something that needs to fall on the schools too, to be willingness to host some of those. But I really kind of want some assurance from the staff here that they'll try to keep it as neutral as possible. I get that the high seed probably doesn't have to travel as far, but the disparity should not be a lot, in my opinion.
I concur with Dan on that, Cassius.
Rasmussen, yeah, I agree with both of those thoughts, and I don't know, a question also for the staff, will that put you in a tough spot with schools saying, well, you didn't choose a spot close enough to me because I'm the higher seed, and that was the intent. And I don't know if that's an issue. Just worry about the staff being put in places of criticism.
I think the challenge right now is that we got this edict 4 years ago with no direction. Neutral site. What's a neutral site? Is that in the middle? Is that, okay, we've got 2 teams that we can meet in the middle, but it's 120 from this team and 60 from the other, so instead we're going to send them to a place where it's 200 miles for each of them? That's the challenge I think that we have right now, is the policy was adopted with no general direction as far as that other than neutral site. So the common practice has been, to try and split that up. I think the point from the basketball advisory and the genesis of this proposal is there should be a little bit of bias. So if you have a Sioux Falls versus Rapid City, that game's probably maybe and granted this is an A and B proposal, but just using those for a road marker, that maybe that game's in Mitchell. If Sioux Falls is the higher seed, and if Rapid City's the higher seed, then you know what, probably needs to be closer that way. So there's already some limiting factors to it already based on what we even have available to us, and
I certainly understand the counterpoints that, yes, we get it's not going to necessarily be in somebody's backyard or in somebody's own hose gym, but you know what, if you're the #1 seed overall, you probably should have the advantage of only having to travel 40 or 50 miles as opposed to 200 just to get to a spot in the middle. And that's basically what we asked the basketball advisory for, was some direction on what's a neutral site. And this is basically what they came with, is that we should work to find it closer to the better seed in those instances as best as possible, knowing that, you know, yeah, we're still going to have those that are 25 miles or 20, 30 miles from one school, and it might not perfectly mathematically work out, but then it at least gives us some justification to fall back on, because every year, whether it's been Joe or I that has made that call on those games, every year we've had multiple phone calls calling to complain because somebody had to drive further than somebody else. This at least now gives us something in policy to back it and say, here's why we did what we did, rather than it's just Joe's decision or John's decision to go to X, Y, and Z.
Joe and John, can I ask you a real quick question? This is basically what you have been doing, though, correct? We're trying to keep it neutral, but you also look at the miles, and that's what I'm asking. We're going to try to keep it reasonably fair.
Yes. I think the idea is that it's not just this automatic of we're going to have 2 games in Pierre, 2 games in Stanley County, and 2 games in Chamberlain every single time because we've got an East versus West. So we're just going to plop them in the middle because there's no other place to put it. I think it's still to be fair and to be reasonable and understand it's a weekday, and most of these games, it's a weekday, school night, travel kind of a situation, that we're going to do what we can to be fair and equitable as best we can. But if there is to be a bias, that it should be towards that higher seed that has quote unquote earned it throughout the year.
Thank you.
And just to reiterate from John, every year we get it. How come we're driving 50 miles further than that team? And the reality is because there's not a site exactly halfway between your 2 schools, and
or that site may be full already from other contests that are in place, and there's schools that think they should be going to this site, and because they're closer to that site, well, there are 4 schools that are closer to that site, and then they're trying to determine who it is.
Or halfway's in Miller, and Miller's involved in a game, they're playing a game somewhere else. So we can't play it at Miller because we can't ask them to stay home and host a contest when their team is playing somewhere else. So I think it just kind of formalizes that so that when we get these comments every year, we can say, look, this is the direction we've gotten. And it's not to try to put, you know, a game 10 miles away from the high seed and 300 miles away from the lower seed. You know, we're still trying to give it a neutral site in the middle, but just recognizing that there's not always a place that's exactly halfway.
I'm not opposed to it at all. This is Brian in Sioux Falls, but I'm guessing this isn't going to eliminate the issues that you're dealing with. People who think it's unreasonable now are going to think it's unreasonable later as well. I don't know that we're trying to solve a student issue here. It seems like we're trying to solve a staff issue.
Thank you, everyone. And I want to put out a calling at this time. You know, I think a lot of it has to do with the number of sites available too. I think sometimes there's not very many sites that are available that schools put in. So I encourage you to put in and to host one of these, so that makes their job a little bit easier to be able to find something that is close to halfway or whatever the case might be. And maybe I'm old-fashioned, but anytime I have somebody that comments about how far we have to drive, in my opinion, if you're playing at that time of the year, it's a good problem to have. And I get it, you want to get the best crowd you can get there and want to support your athletes, but they're going to do the best they can with what they have and the sites that they have available. Any other discussion?
Oh, this is Soma. Just on that, on the first one with the start date, are we going to look in the future to the staff maybe to ask this question of rotating the boys and girls start dates, or looking at possibly moving the state volleyball to earlier or later or something, so that it's not right next to the start date for girls basketball? That's just up for discussion. Maybe that's another time, but I just want to bring that up.
I think that's something that they could continually look at, and I think wrestling piggybacks the end of state football currently right now. So, but I think that's something that could continually look at to make sure that there is that opportunity for rest if need be.
Mr. Rusing? This is Terry Nebelsack. Could I comment for just a second on the volleyball issue? I served on the calendar committee twice, 20 years apart, and when we tried to rectify volleyball and create a distance, the volleyball support across the state came out very, very loudly that if their tournament preceded football, that all of the electricity and power of the different weeks of the football playoffs would cause volleyball to go on a shelf. And so there was pleading that volleyball must go after football, or else it would become non-existent in the sports focus. I just wanted to share historically that's what's driven volleyball to be so close to the start of the girls' basketball season. And as I wrote in my comments, I'm right with Mr. Morford. Please don't start to practice on the week of Thanksgiving. Thank you, Chairman.
Any further discussion? Okay, before we vote, is there any board member that would like any of the basketball proposals pulled out and done separately? I'll ask one more time, is there any of the board members that would like any one of the basketball proposals pulled out to be voted on separately? Okay, hearing none, I will look for a motion and a second to approve all of the basketball proposals before us.
Baker, so moved.
Aker.
Second, Soma.
Okay, I have a motion from Aker and a second from Soma. Any further discussion by board members only at this point? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, motion passed for all the basketball proposals 1 through 5. Okay, moving on to competitive cheer, competitive dance, sideline cheer. Mr. Skordos, Dr. Skordos, go ahead.
Yep, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different proposals here. The first one is for cheer and dance. There are changes to the safety score sheet. Those were attached as Exhibit 1. That was a 10-0 favoring vote in committee and a 42-0 vote by the ADs. The second set here are for competitive cheer only. The first one was in regards to male competition in competitive cheer, and it states that if a team has 2 or less male competitors, the team will compete in the stunt tumbling category. If a team is made up of 3 or more, they must compete in the co-ed division of stunt tumbling, bringing cheer to 2 categories: stunt tumbling and co-ed stunt tumbling. The category of co-ed will be 1 class only. For the category of co-ed stunt tumbling, to compete for the overall co-ed grand champion, there must be a minimum of 4 co-ed teams entered. Awards for the co-ed division will be awarded based on the number of teams competing as listed in the handbook. That was a 31-8 vote by the athletic directors. Number 2, for competitive cheer were the rubric changes for competitive cheer, and those were also included in the exhibit. That was a 40-0 AD vote. There were 2 proposals for competitive dance. The first one is that competitive dance will have 1 safety judge and recommends having 4 performance judges during the regular season, and in the state they'll have 1 safety and 4 performance judges. It was unanimous in committee, and it was 32-1 with ADs. Proposal number 2 was for Class A dance and state. Teams with competition will compete in 2 of the 4 dance styles to be eligible for grand champion. Those 2 scores will be averaged to determine the grand champion. During the regular season, teams can compete in 3 categories if they choose so, with the 3 scores being averaged to determine the overall winner. The mixed competition host site shall average the A&AA scores accordingly. That was unanimous in committee, and it was a 17-2 vote on the ADs. And then a recommendation from our staff would be approval of all changes for competitive cheer and dance as submitted.
Okay, is there any discussion on the cheer, dance, or sideline cheer proposals from the member schools or those that are on the meeting? Last chance, any discussion on cheer, dance, or sideline cheer? Okay, hearing none. I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve all of the cheer, dance, sideline cheer proposals.
A motion by Murphy.
Second, Planting. I have a motion and a second by Murphy and Planting. Any discussion on the hearing none? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Okay, the cheer, dance, and sideline cheer proposals all have passed. We'll now move on to shuffle my papers here. Football. Dr. Swartos.
Okay, there were 5 proposals in football. Proposal number 1 was changing the first allowable practice date for Class 11 AA, A, and A from week 6 NFHS. To week 6 of NFHS, NFHS week 6. Sorry about that. That would be starting August 10th, 2020 versus August 13th, 2020. That was a 7-0 vote in committee, and the rationale there was that coaches have shared concerns about having ample practice opportunities for their student athletes to prepare them safely for their first contest. 3 days are not mandatory, but they do allow the entire battery of heat acclimatization to be met within a calendar week. So that was a 7-0 committee vote and 36-13 from the ADs. Proposal 2 was similar. It would be for 11B and 9-man, changing the first allowable practice date for 11B and 9-man to Thursday of week 5. That would move for next year to August 6, 2020 versus August 10th, 2020. So that would be 4 days earlier. And again, it was in terms of safety from the coaches, giving those extra days of practice due to the contact. That was 7-0 in committee, 79-32 for the AD vote. Proposal number 3 was an amendment to the 10% rule that changes the language of the current 10% rule for classifying teams as cooperatives to a 20% rule. The new factor of 20% would be used when calculating the cooperative's total enrollment. The rationale there was just in terms of keeping it some equity there within the teams that are not co-op. They talked about removing it all together. They talked about changing the factor. But their thought was that it potentially more accurately reflects counting of the satellite schools' enrollment, especially where a significant number of athletes participate in the co-ops team. That was a 7-0 vote in committee. It was an 84-33 vote in favor from the ADs. Number 4 was to adopt a 5-class system in football as follows to begin with the next classification cycle. Class 11 AA would be the 9 largest schools by male-only ADM, plus O'Gorman High School due to their continued indication to be in the classification of largest schools. They play a 9-game schedule with an 18 postseason. Class 11A would include the next 16 largest schools by male-only ADM. They play a 9-game schedule, 18 postseason. Class 11B would include all remaining schools with a male-only ADM of 56.001 and greater. They would play an 8-game schedule, 16-team postseason. And then you would split Class 9A into 2 classes, or 9-man into 2 classes, 9A and 9B. 9A would be the top half of 9-man teams. They play an 8-game schedule, 16-team postseason. 9B would be the remaining 9-man teams, 8-game schedule, 16-team postseason. The rationale for that is, and I'll maybe have John speak to this a little bit, but there were multiple proposals from different parties submitted to the committee to review, including a thorough review and discussion at the Coaches Association meeting. The committee, the football committee that we put together did speak to this quite a bit and did a really good job, I thought, of combining the proposals that they got and looking at it globally instead of how it would impact their school in particular. And they did note that since expanding in 1999 to 6 classes, there's 33 fewer teams without any retraction of classification. So the AD vote on that was 58 to 77, but that included multiple votes from cooperatives. So we have some cooperatives with 3 and 4 teams. That initial vote included, so you could have one team with 4 votes included on there. So we went through and took those out. There were some of those co-ops that had split votes, where if there was 3 teams, they had 2 yeses and a no, or 2 no's and a yes. We threw those out, and we ended up with an 11-man vote. AAA, our current 11 AAA was 7-3 in favor. AA was 6-2 in favor. Class 11A was 7-7 split, and Class 11B was opposed 8-12. In 9-man, it was 6-12 opposed in AA, 6-10 opposed in A, 6-14 opposed in B. So the accurate totals, when you take out the multiple votes from co-ops, was 46-60 in opposition. The total 11-man count was 28-24 in favor, and 9-man was 18-36 opposed. Classification, or proposal number 5 there was in regards to the mercy rule for Class 11 AAA and AA. They would implement a running clock if there's a lead of 35 points or more after halftime. That was a 7-0 vote in favor in committee, and it was 41-1 from the athletic directors. So our recommendation as a staff is to pass all 5 proposals as submitted for football. In particular, the classification proposal, while it was not favored by a majority of the directors, we recognize that it's very likely that no proposal is going to get majority vote in support from the athletic directors. But that we do need to address issues throughout football, throughout all 7 classes that we have right now. This is not just a single class issue. We have to take some action to ensure schedules can be built and we can have full playoff brackets for 21-22 season, given population shift, other changing dynamics. The association, or the advisory committee, reviewed multiple options, and the one that they submitted, was approved by our advisory committee, and therefore has our support for implementation. So I think John has a few comments about it as well, and I'll let him speak to it. Yep, and then we've got some I know Tom Culver has indicated that he wants to speak to it as well. So, John, you've got a few things to add in regards to the classification, and then we'll move to the school proposals.
Yeah, I think I just touch on number 4 briefly here, and board, I did share some of this with you in advance of the meeting, but ultimately we came to the advisory committee meeting a year and a half ago, and at that time there were already 4 or 5 different proposals, adjusting classifications, adjusting schedules that were out from the membership. They came to that committee meeting. Now ultimately they all got deferred in 18-19 school year because they wouldn't have taken effect anyway until this meeting and the next upcoming cycle. So this conversation's been going on for a number of years, and it's perennially one that is discussed and is out there, but ultimately kind of came to a head knowing that the immediate challenge that we were facing, that we made aware to our advisory committee that year and a half ago, and then redoubled the efforts on that conversation going into this year, was one of 2 things is likely going to happen in our top ranks of football. And that's basically pending where Brookings' enrollment falls this coming cycle on the ADM count. With the language that we have currently, we're either going to have 12 in AAA and 7 in AA, or 11 in AAA and 8 in AA. And the problem is obviously then we also have handbook language that talks about a round-robin schedule in a AAA class for schools from AA or A ranks that have said absolutely no way, we will not play anybody from that AAA division. Or we've got 7 teams we've got an even number in AAA, but then we've got an odd number in AA, and we don't have enough to fill out our current playoff bracket. So those were the 2 main items that we brought forward, but then ultimately wanting to have that holistic conversation about SDHSAA football, noting that decline in teams over the last several years, where we've essentially lost since the decision was made to make 9-man 3 classes from 2. We've lost 33 teams in South Dakota football and actually added an additional class in that time frame. So classes that used to be in the 11B ranks and the 9-man ranks into the 30s and the 40s are now into the low to mid 20s. The conversation is what we're still doing accurate, correct? We talked about, is that 9-man number correct? We talked about all of that, and really what it came down to was that conversation over the last year and a half about what we were doing, how football is structured, and let the advisory committee members do the work. And the proposal that they came forward with is what you have before you, and our staff recommendation is approval, because right now we have no other mechanism to address the issue primarily of being able to put together a schedule and a playoff bracket for the fall of 2021 without some sort of change. So that's a big piece of the reason why we as a staff are supporting this. I think to speak to it a little bit is again, we allowed the members of the committee to kind of work with it. We had a staff proposal. There were a number of proposals that were submitted to the committee, but this was the one that found the favor with those that were in that elected representative spot on the advisory committee and didn't want to step toes or come right back after an AD's vote and say, well, you know what, the AD's voted this down, so we're just going to set the advisory discussion completely aside and, hey, go do this, or hey, go do that. So I think ultimately we still, whether it's today we need to take some action to address, at a minimum, the question of what we're going to do with the AAA and the AA classifications as soon as the following year, to help us be able to put together that schedule, to be able to construct a football scenario for fall of 21, and give us that direction as a staff to be able to work on that when we do get those enrollment numbers, back in late December, that we're able to take and run and go, to have that schedule done over the wintertime next year, as opposed to continuing to be in a spot where we know that there's going to be an odd number or an off number or some chance that limits our ability to do that. So that's what ultimately I would be asking for you today. Certainly there's a lot of conversation on this one, as there always is, or anytime that the classifications in football come up. Respect and honor that and appreciate that from everyone, but really at this point, where we were at as a staff making the recommendation to you was, this is the proposal we have in front of us. This is what the advisory has formed and put together. We understand that it didn't have the favorable athletic director in the advisory vote,
but we have no other mechanism as of right now necessarily to make that change. So we've asked you to support this proposal going forward. And again, board, I shared some more information with you. We can go further in depth, but I know I have a lot of people commenting, so I'll back down for now and stand by for follow-up or further feedback, Mr. Chair, and allow you to get those people on the line that do want to speak to the proposal.
And I think before we do any of the feedback or comments, is there, and my recommendation would be to be able to pull number 4 out when we vote here. So is there any I'd like to see if there's any comments, questions on 1, 2, 3, or 5, and we'll get that out of the way, and then we'll deal with 4.
One quick. Oh, go ahead.
David. Go ahead, David.
No, go ahead, Craig.
My question in number 2 is, and Dan, you can speak to this as a football coach, and I used to be a football coach. A week is a week, and when you get ready, when we move that 9B into that previous week, that's awful early, you know, in the sense that that's going to be a full week gearing up for this, where the AA or the AAA and A are in the week after, and that's a week. And it's going to be a week anyway you look at it, regardless of where you start in that week, you know, for preparation and what have you. So I don't know, it's August 6th, and they say it's not mandatory, but you and I know that if somebody else is practicing, we're practicing, you know, right along with it. We're not going to lose out on a potential practice. So I just wonder if August 6th, that especially the numbers aren't as great in that class that they have to deal with, whether we want to infringe on it that early in August for them to start.
Yeah, Coach Murphy, this is John again. I would just respond with is my take or the staff's take is that this is what the coaches have asked of us. So it's not necessarily that we're infringing on it, but my feedback that I have gathered from the coaches in that division is that they would like to have that option if they have the kids, knowing that there are things like, you know, American Legion baseball or rodeo or other activities that are certainly going on through that weekend, but those that have the ability would like to do that, basically because what it allows you to do under the contact and acclimatization rules is it gets your 3 days in helmet only out of the way so that you can come back on that Monday and have shoulder pads on and continue to do further work down the progression chart to getting your kids ready for that first game.
Haven't they in the past asked for a waiver, like people that had events at that time asked for a waiver? Wasn't that originally what they were doing?
We had, when we went to this schedule, I believe it was 4 years ago after the calendar committee had kind of formulated this, because this is all still a result of taking out the compressed, condensed, you know, the old Thursday, Tuesday, Monday, Saturday dome kind of a rotation there where you had 5 games in 4 calendar weeks. This is still kind of a result of that. What we haven't ever addressed or to date was the condensation to put on the practice time in the outset, because it used to be where these classes and everybody, you had that Thursday, Friday, Saturday prior to the 2 full weeks before your game. We basically took that Thursday, Friday, Saturday, moved everything that week earlier with the start of the season and took that away by adding to make sure that they had at least those quote-unquote 10 days of practice on the front end. So really what it is it's giving back what we used to have 4 years ago, just a week earlier on the calendar because of what we did on the back end addressing the playoff setup on it. I don't know if that makes sense. So the waiver piece that has come in because of that earlier setback, a little bit of asking for some exceptions on those first game nights and things like that. We've generally kind of walked away from that because it was a board decision at that time of when do you start and stop giving those, giving and granting those waivers. Additionally, this would then also allow you to complete those 10 practice days and play on that Thursday without a waiver. If you and the other school are mutually agreeable, just like any other week of the football season, now you can play on that Thursday or you could play on that Saturday, given that you would have your heat acclimatization and your contact taken care of in the 10 days if you start on that early Thursday as opposed to the Monday where you just don't have enough days to get it in.
Okay.
Mr. Morford, would you like to comment?
Yes, number one, please. My yes there doesn't mean I want you to vote for it. As you know, for the 5 years that I spent on the board, we've battled this every year, that to keep everything equal, you got to think about what's going on in the western part of the state on August 10th. And maybe that won't go on this year, I don't know, but the rally starts on August 7th. Affects everybody out here, affects families. Luckily, through the past years, I was able to convince you, and I was sitting there, that it wasn't a good idea and we did not start on that day. But to keep everything again equal, there better be some other things going on that you allow some of the schools out here to do if you're going to start practice that early. As far as the rally goes, it's not just double A schools, there's some A and B schools that would affect as well, that makes a difference. I get the climate thing and I get everything else, but it creates a disparity of practice. And again, I agree that you could say that you don't have to practice, but that's not the way it's going to work. So I would urge all of you again to vote against number one and moving that practice date up for the fairness of the schools that are impacted very strongly by the rally. Thanks.
Mr. Culver?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I would agree with what Steve said, and again, I'm looking at for two other points of view on number two, moving it back to August 6th. You know, in my opinion, that's awful early for two reasons. You know, we're starting football practice, we're in some cases struggling. Schools are struggling with numbers, and then all of a sudden we have practice 2 weeks early. Is that going to be an issue? And then the other thing is finding coaches. And you know, I'm not going to do this much longer. And you know, I think if I want to find people before, you know, next year the 21 would be August 5th. I just think there's fewer and fewer people. We have a hard time at our level finding coaches, and I'm sure others do too. If all of a sudden we're starting, you know, 2/3 of the way through summer, then I just think we're going to have trouble having kids come out and potentially finding coaches. So thank you.
Mr. Palmer?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just echo what Mr. Morford said as far as the impact that starting practice on that Monday would have on a lot of Black Hills area schools, in particular my school, obviously, since the rally does take place in our community. A lot of our, I mean, we spoke to this at a meeting earlier, maybe last year, that, you know, a large percentage, I hate to put a number on it, but a large percentage of our athletes in all of our fall sports have rally jobs, maybe, and some of them even have 2 rally jobs, which makes practicing next to impossible in our community, let alone the traffic that the kids would have to deal with all over the Black Hills area. So I guess I understand that the desire to have more practice dates. We, and I'm speaking specifically just for my school now here in Sturgis, we can deal with 3 days, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. But having a week of missed practice would set us back tremendously. And I would already got a letter into the office asking for a waiver to start practice for the first few days of August here. As it stands, that would be revised and asked to practice that entire full week, just because we're going to miss a full week of practice, the first full week of August, because we're going to miss the second full week due to the rally. So, thank you for your time.
Hey, Mo.
Yes, John.
Yeah, I did want to make this point, and I was perhaps a little gun shy in doing it. I want to clarify that it was mentioned by someone not from this office, but a coach that had asked me the question, and I didn't have a real great answer for it. It comes down to, it gets to the board level, and it's discussed for a vote, and it gets shot down because of the Sturgis rally. Then why is it not an issue for the sports such as soccer, golf, tennis, cheer, that all practice starting on the week prior already? And I didn't have a very good answer for that coach, but did think it was a worthwhile discussion that this is now, I think, the third year in a row you as a board have basically seen this same proposal here. And I feel remiss without mentioning that, because that's kind of the conversation I've heard now is why are we the ones that are different a little bit if we're asking for this earlier start, and it doesn't seem to apparently be an issue for the other sports as far as an equity concern.
Okay, any other discussion on 1, 2, 3, or 5?
No, this is Dan again. Just a couple comments, probably more on 2, and I guess it does kind of go with 1 a little bit. We have 11 AAA, AA, and A already getting 3 more practices in football and 11B and 9-man. This maybe touches back, but kind of Mark brought up a little bit. But with the new restrictions, maybe restrictions is the wrong word, but the new heat acclimatization and contact rules that were implemented. Here's the reality that 9-man and 11B are dealing with. They start practice on a Monday, 2 days with helmets, then they go 2 more days with helmet shoulder pads, and they can actually only have full contact Friday, and then we're expecting them to play a game a week later. And I really feel that as a coach and as an AD both, that there is a safety issue there. I hear people say, well, we only bring up safety when we want to use it to our advantage. I disagree. We're talking about a sport that, for preparing guys, really hamstrings it. And when I look at this, I don't like moving that date up earlier all the time, but I also look at it from that end as a safety for our student athletes. And those 3 extra days are huge when you're limited to contact time already, plus what you can do and heat acclimatization 3 hours a day. It's a whole different ballgame than it was 20 years ago, that's for sure. And I just feel from a safety, student athlete safety standpoint, giving 3 more days, and then we're even talking about giving AAA, AA, and A even more time on top of that. And I don't see the difference between who we're preparing. I mean, the numbers are bigger, but we're still talking about athletes here. So, I think that we need to look at the safety standpoint there too, and that would help. So I got
Chairman Rushnick, I would like to kind of address on 3 and 4. On number 3, the 10% rule, switching it to 20. It's going to impact some co-ops breaking up just because they do not want to get pushed up to 11-man. So with that in mind, we are going to increase more 9-man school or teams, and now we're going to take away a championship from them. I just don't know if that's something that we're still above the 68 for, 68 9-man last year. 64 was in that proposal back in 1999. If they dipped below 64, then we were supposed to drop a championship. So I just don't understand really kind of the rationale why we are getting rid of a championship in 9-man. Thank you.
Anyone else on those 4?
Dr. Krogstrand, we're going to, if it passes talk about realigning as far as enrollment within the following year. In other words, we're talking about instead of a 2-year, of only doing a 1-year re-enrollment, or is that correct? If that passes, that's what we intend to do?
Correct, yeah, that's the proposal. I think it's probably the last one in this agenda item is the 1-year cycle, yes.
Does that buy us a year in football to put together, as far as number 4 goes, a rearrangement? If we gave you a set number of total classes and gave you the parameters with which to work with, and everybody sat down knowing that that was what was intended, that they would come up with a plan that would be more agreeable? And also, would this realignment that you have proposed here bring about more 6-man football in the state of South Dakota with the lower class in 9-man possibility? Those are just thoughts, because the true misalignment in this football is really in the bottom of the AAA. If you look at the size difference in schools between people in the bottom, it's 2 to 1. It's 400 more male athletes than another school has. And granted, what had happened, the arrangement then pushes classes down where the others feel uncomfortable about moving into different classes because of the size difference. I just think maybe taking a look, or you have a year to work with, taking a look at possibly getting more uniformity in the class arrangement. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
John, if you have a short answer, and you can expand on that later, but go ahead, but then we're going to address 1, 2, 3, and 5.
Yeah, I would just quickly on the 1-year, buying a year, the question will still become, we would have to address our handbook language of what to do with Sioux Falls Jefferson. I mean, with Sioux Falls Jefferson and Brookings coming in potentially to that AAA group, and what that means for the AA. I mean, you could just say, you know what, put them where they are, and if that means the number 1 team in AA gets a bye, but then we still have some questions about regular season. So I think there's still a little bit of work that we still have to kind of uncover on that a little bit and unwrap to address exactly even a 1-year schedule of what we're going to do and how we're going to handle that. The question on the 20% rule and the 6-man, I mean, potentially, yeah. I mean, right now, the other thing, and I'll be brief so I can be quiet, we can move on, but the 20% piece, right now, just looking at the numbers that I have in front of me, I mean, really, that means there's 3 schools, I think, that would have moved from 9 to 11 by the 20% rule. What it more really does is it's going to reclassify whether you're in 9 AA, A, or B. So I don't know that there would be a rush to 6-man because schools can no longer get into the co-ops that they're currently in. But it does beg the question of, when that 64 was established, there was no 10% rule, I don't believe. So when that 64 was established, there wasn't as egregious, or I shouldn't say egregious, but as an extensive of an appeals process to remain in the 9-man as what we have either. So I think those are some game changers over that 20-year time frame that have happened as well. That if you just take appeals aside and you take the 10% rule aside, we're already at like 61 teams in 9-man. But again, the question about the 20% piece and the effect, I don't know that it pushes it, because really you're talking about just a couple of teams. It's more where they stack within their ranks as far as compared to one another. And I think that's really what kind of drove the coaches to bring it to 20, because I'll be honest with you, there might even be a majority vote out there to get rid of it altogether. So I think that the 20% was at least a compromise, as opposed to saying, no, if you got 2 schools together, we're going to do it like every other sport and count the whole darn thing.
Mr. Chair, Craig Hassens here. Question for John. John, I'm going to ask you maybe to look into your crystal ball on the 10%, 20%. You talk about having, I thought you said 2 co-ops, maybe 3 that would move up to 11 from 9 AA. Is that correct?
I believe with the numbers I have in front of me, I see two that are already at 55 point something anyway. So they're literally less than one student that are, because of the 10% rule, into 9-man as opposed to 11. So they've, you know, quote unquote, taken advantage of being able to stay in 9-man because of that rule. The other one is when you start talking about realistically our two co-ops that have 3 and 4 schools in them that with the 20% rule maybe get over that 56 threshold in their current format. So I mean, you're 4 maybe. I mean, I have to do the exact math out, but I'm looking at 4 that look like they would qualify on a 20% rule of going over.
And I can't speak for those schools. I know you can't either. And I don't know if you, obviously it's tough to put the cart ahead of the horse and you've contacted those schools, yes or no. But I would imagine that some of those schools would look at versus breaking up that co-op versus going up to the 11-man. So now we're adding more 9-man schools into the mix anyway. Again, there's a lot of conjecture here. We'll have to see where the numbers fall. And that's where I do agree with Mr. Murphy that we have, I know you guys have to do something. Time is not on your side, but because we are in the future at today's meeting looking at a 1 year, one time to get us in conjunction with the other states with our classification counts, that might end up working out some of the problems right then and there. My 2 cents. Thanks.
Yeah, and just looking a little closer, to be quite honest with you, I think one of them is I don't know that I want to name names, but I would say one of them likely has not had an athlete playing in football for the last 4 years, but has been in a co-op, so that co-op probably goes away. It's not a lost opportunity. 2 of the other 3 are likely candidates for the All Nations Conference, and I'll leave it at that.
This is Plantine. I talked with a couple of co-ops our way, and with the 20% rule, it will probably push them up to 11-man. They are going to dissolve the co-op. 2 schools are going to stay together, and the other school will be on their own. And another co-op I talked to that had 4 schools in it, they basically are going to split in half, where it will be 2 and 2, and if this goes forward, the only saving grace, they said, the possibility is if number 5 or number 4 passes, and they may qualify for 9A then rather than 11B. So then they look at that number as far as go with that 20% rule.
Okay, any other discussion or input on 1, 2, 3, or 5?
I would just add, we've got 2, 3 maybe schools that are playing 9-man right now with a waiver from our board of directors. And if their numbers are up again, they would not be in 9-man again. So that number is going to fluctuate all the time. Like I said, we've got, I think, 2 or 3 that are up in that high 50s to low 60s number, but they got a waiver from the board to continue in 9-man football. Without that waiver, they wouldn't have been in 9-man football, and likely would have been at 64 or below it anyway.
Mo, this is Brian in Sioux Falls. Just a comment on the process more than anything else. It's interesting to look at some of the proposals as they sit in front of us, and you see a committee vote that's unanimous, and then you see an AD vote that isn't unanimous, and then we hear some compelling testimony. And I don't have. There's nobody I respect more than Steve Morford, and I believe everything he talks about as fact in terms of what they're up against there that quite frankly we don't have to face here in the East. But it's so hard for me to figure out where does my conscience lie when I have somebody as trusted as Steve. I see the AD vote, and I see the advisory committee vote. And it just makes it incredibly tough. I don't have any answers. I don't even know that I've added anything. That's the quandary and the competing interests that I'm looking at as I try to make an informed decision.
Thank you. Any other?
Can anyone add to number one? John had made the point, other sports starting. Is there anything to share there? I would echo Brian's sentiment. It doesn't affect my end of the state. And I'm not voting from my end of the state. I'm just asking, is there any, those that deal with this, the other sports that do start, is there a difference between those and football, a perception? Just looking for any input.
This is Joe. The heat acclimatization for cheer and dance is not in place, that it is an absolute mandatory. They need to take the course and be up to date on specifics where that's concerned. You know, cheer and dance starting at that time frame, I'm going to assume that most of those gymnasiums are air conditioned. That type of a scenario. Tennis, on the other hand, is an outdoor sport. You know, it's a single sport. It's not a contact sport. Things of that nature. So I don't know that I can give you a lot of leeway where that's concerned. Cheer and dance is one of the, you know, aside from football, as far as concussions, that's one of the sports that does have concussions more than any other of our female sport activities as well. Don't know if that helps or not.
Any others?
The only thing is football is Murphy up here. Football is just a little bit different animal because of the one contest per week and the amount of time rest in between those particular contests, where other schedules are flexible and can go at different times throughout a week normally. So football is just a little bit different in that respect.
Agreed. Agreed.
Okay, I think in fairness to all these proposals, we'll vote them all separately. So with that said, is there a motion or a second for number one? I'll ask again, is there a motion or a second for number one?
Make a motion to approve number one.
Motion by Maher, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, any further discussion on number one? By the board only at this time.
My vote can still be swayed on this, Mo, but I didn't want it to die for lack of a motion. I thought we at least needed to further the conversation, or at minimum have a vote on it.
Oh, is the plan to do this as a roll call vote?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Okay, is Brooks or somebody on that can do a roll call or somebody there?
I can do it. Okay, Murphy.
No.
Plantine.
Aye.
Soma.
Yes.
Cassens.
No.
Barry Mann. Okay. Jerry Rasmussen.
Yes.
Dan Aker.
No.
Brian Maher.
Yes.
Mo Rusey.
Yes. Did we get something from Barry?
I thought I saw that Barry had joined a little bit ago. But he may not be on.
Okay, would you read back the total for everyone, please?
I've got 5 yes, 3 no.
Oh, Barry says hello, so just a second here.
Oh, Barry is saying hello here, I'm sorry.
I will unmute him on this end. He should be able to talk.
Barry, go ahead and, yeah, Barry, go ahead and.
He abstained.
Oh, he
So
abstained.
got here late.
Okay.
He wasn't here for the beginning.
Barry is abstaining. So we have 5 yes, 3 no.
Okay, proposal number 1 has passed 5-3. Moving on to number 2. Is there a motion and a second for number 2?
Aker will make the motion.
Second by Murphy.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on number 2?
I just kind of want to clarify for my own personal reasons here. I did vote no against 1, but I would vote yes on 2, and mostly from an equality standpoint, just for the start date for the classes. I feel it's important that each class has the same number of practices for the first game. Just want to make that clear.
Further discussion?
I guess by voting for this upcoming vote and everything, I just want to say that it should be a local choice. It's not our intention to kill baseball or rodeo or any other summertime activities in the state. I just want to know that it should be a local decision. And if you have student athletes involved in those sports, hopefully the coach and the administration understands and lets these student athletes participate in other sports and don't hold it against them. Thank you.
Dr. Fordos, you can go ahead with the roll call.
Okay. Dan Aker.
Yes.
Craig Cassens.
No.
Brian Maher.
Yes.
Barry Mann. Mark Murphy.
No.
David Plantine.
Yes.
Jerry Rasmussen.
Yes.
Randy Soma.
Yes.
Mo Rusey.
Yes.
I've got 6 yes, 2 no, 1 abstain.
Okay, proposal number 2 is passed. Moving on to proposal number 3. Is there a motion and a second to approve?
Baker will make the motion.
Second, Rasmussen.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion by board members at this time? Okay, hearing none, roll call vote, please.
Dan Aker.
Yes.
Craig Casson.
Yes.
Brian Maher.
Yes.
Barry Mann. Mark Murphy.
Yes.
David Plantine.
Yes.
Jerry Rasmussen.
Yes.
Randy Soma.
Yes.
Bo Rusing.
Yes.
Got 8 yes, 0 no.
Okay, proposal number 3 for football passes. Moving on to number 5, and for everybody listening, remember we're coming back to number 4. Is there a motion and a second for number 5 pertaining to the emergency rule for AAA and AA?
So moved. Second by Murphy.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Who was the motion by?
Second by Murphy.
Okay, hearing no discussion, all those, excuse me, let's do a roll call on this one as well.
Dan Aker.
Yes.
Craig Casson.
Yes.
Brian Maher.
Yes.
Barry Mann. Mark Murphy.
Yes.
David Plantine.
Yes.
Jerry Rasmussen.
Yes.
Randy Soma.
Yes.
Mo Rusing.
Yes.
Got 8 yes, 0 no.
Okay, proposal number 5 for football pass. Now we'll move back to number 4. There's been some input discussion on this already. I believe I have written down, Mr. Culver, did you have something a while back on the chat that you wanted to interject with number 4?
And then Adam from Belfouche also had a comment for number 4.
Yep, I have it down.
Okay.
Yeah, real quick, Mo, thank you. I'm not opposed to this, this proposal number 4. I think this is gonna happen regardless of what happens today, how the vote is gonna go, because, you know, we're gonna be under that 64. And I think first of all, I want to mention the original proposal that went to the advisory committee was 4 classes of 11-man, 2 classes of 9-man. And I know we didn't discuss a 9B. I don't know if that was an oversight by somebody, but we didn't discuss any proposals at our all-state meeting. But, you know, what I said with the ADs when we had our Zoom meeting is, the thing that concerns me is the 11-man coaches in schools seem to agree that there is an issue that they have to solve. And I have no business offering insight on that because I'm not at an 11-man school and I don't think that I should be. But it seems like every time we have a lot of times then there's a proposal, if there's a problem, the way to fix it is right away to eliminate a 9-man class. You know, to appease some of the people out there in the public that are saying some of this stuff. Now this, you know, 5, we're gonna be at 2 9-man classes. You know, if not this next rotation, if we do the 1-year rotation that's proposed later, then I think that's where we're gonna end up being, and which is fine. But, like I said, I'm not entirely opposed to this because, everybody shares. If everybody thinks this is the best way to go, I'm fine with that. But I just wanted to, be clear about some of the other stuff that, we didn't have a chance to discuss it. We didn't discuss it 9B, and that may be our own faults. But, I think we're going to be down to at least 2 9-man classes. What the 11-man ends up, I think that's something that the 11-man schools, coaches, ADs, whatever, need to work out. So, thanks.
I think you're muted still, Mo.
Adam from Belfouche, go ahead.
Yeah, I got two things. One I will speak to as far as there's a lot of things that Tom just brought up that I agree with. I definitely agree with the fact that something needs to be done in the state of South Dakota as far as our 7 classifications, whether we go to 6 or 5 or what. I just think there, in the current proposal, there's just too much disparity between top and bottom between some of the schools, the top end schools as far as enrollment and bottom end schools enrollment, that I think that we need to look at. And somebody said it earlier, I'm sorry, I can't remember, that I just think that we have some time and we should take that time to come up with something that is, I don't know, I guess a little bit closer as far as bring that disparity line a little bit closer together, to make it something that the state of South Dakota, as far as our coaches and our activities directors are proud of and we can support. So I just think that we should take that time to do so. The other thing is a question more because I am a first year AD, I guess you could say, and I just need some clarification, or if you will, some education, if you will, from the board, if they don't mind, as far as how this process actually works. I guess I was a little confused after seeing the total votes and those types of things and it come out. And, I understand the committee vote, but, the ADs have a vote and those totals came out, but then I see the recommendation, the staff recommendation, and as far as some clarity on that, and the Coaches Association and coaches supposedly met and essentially swayed a vote. I don't understand how that process works, I guess, and I spoke to quite a few coaches and none of them even said that this meeting took place. So I guess if I could just get some clarification from the board how this process goes about.
You want to address that?
I can.
Yeah, John will address that, the Coaches Association thing here.
Well,
thank you.
There's all this conversation about the Coaches Association. Here's the story is that we got in the office indication that there were going to be 3 different proposals at a minimum that are already going to be discussed in Brookings without any staff input from the coaches. So we, in fairness and equity, put together a proposal and sent it to the same advisory committee to make sure that they had that in front of them, say, hey, here's what the staff is thinking. To say that they were not discussed or they were not out there is just simply a fabrication because, quite honestly, I had 4 media calls before we even had the state championships. Hey, I heard this proposal's out there. What do you guys think? What are you doing with it? So at some point, yeah, is there ultimately a committee that needs to lead that discussion? Sure it is, and it's the advisory committee, and we've asked them for the last 1.5 years to go out and to solicit feedback and to have conversation and to attempt to address this challenge that we knew was going to be in front of us, and this is what they came with. I think the reason for the staff recommendation of being in opposition to what the AD's vote is just like I said at the start of this conversation. We know we have challenges that have to be addressed before 2021. This is the only item passed by the advisory that addresses those. So short of having another staff recommendation that says ignore the advisory work and do what we say because we know better than the advisory, I don't know what that recommendation would have been. So yes, there's absolutely some conflict and some disagreement and probably some further conversation, and I get that. I think our challenge as a staff is to
any of these proposals, once they get voted in, now we're the ones that you have hired and tasked and put in place to administer them and to make sure that they work. And our request right now is what we have, we know for the future scheduling cycle does not work. This was the mechanism from coaches' feedback, from AD's feedback, from principal, superintendent, and Native American school feedback to those representatives who said that they had had those conversations, who said that they had spoken about them at Brookings at the state championships, both in 2019 as well as in 2018 when a lot of those items were discussed and where they came from to the meeting there. So we're only as good as the data and the information we're given. We're just trying to ask for a little bit of a help here because ultimately we've got to make a decision on some way to address this going forward. So that's why we had to make, or why we felt I think that we needed to make the recommendation that we did.
Thank you, John. I'll try to address that too from a board perspective, at least from this one board member's perspective. I think the question's a good question. There were several things you talked about that were pretty cryptic, and I don't know, quite frankly, what you were talking about, so I can't address some of those things. But in terms of the votes, what do the votes mean in terms for the board? To me, they're data points. I love seeing what the advisory committee, what their point of view is on this, because they're tasked with looking in depth at each one of the proposals that are brought before us. So that is always an important message to me. Secondly, I always look at the ADs and see what their perspective is, because as we go out from the coaches, we begin to get just a little broader view from a school perspective. So we're not just looking at the sport, but now we're looking at the impact of all sports. So I really value both of those perspectives. I value then what I get from the office, and the office has their own view too. But when I can put all of those perspectives together, couple those with the information that I get, and we all get many emails on these proposals. When I put all of that together and I can listen to, as I mentioned earlier, a Steve Morford or a Tom Colbert who absolutely knows what's going on from a football perspective, I balance all of that together and then search my conscience as to how I'm going to vote. That's how I go about it. That's what the votes mean to me. None of them are binding. There's only one binding vote, and that's going to take place here in a few minutes. So that's my perspective as a board member.
Thank you.
Dr. Krokstrand, Mark Murphy, you said you were looking for some parameters or some guidance in this area. If we gave you such a thing as that there would be a five category football, parameter, but said that we would like to see the plan or more consensus on the plan, but knowing that everybody out there knew that within a year from now we would be at these 5 classifications, would that help build a more, unanimous, it won't be unanimous, but build more consensus toward a proposal?
I think so. Because I think that if you ask whether it's just set aside the 46 to 60, but the 77 no votes on the proposal from the athletic directors, there's probably 77 different reasons as to why those are there, and at least some of them are going to be because they feel that we should be in maybe a 6-class system, or maybe a 7-class system, or heck, who knows, maybe somebody wants to go Indiana basketball and have a 1-class system. I don't know. But ultimately, yes, I think that if we come back and say that here's the parameters, and I'll go back to the advisory group and solicit feedback and come up with something, that's certainly welcome and something that could be done to further the consideration and just make a decision. We're going to do X. Now you figure out the Y. Would be a step towards the right direction to give us that, and then maybe there is some more uniformity as far as that recommendation vote, knowing that these other things are not an option.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking.
And maybe there could be.
Wouldn't a yes vote on this proposal give you those parameters?
Would it not approve what's already here? 5 classes, but I don't think it's drawn up right in the 5 that are here. So that's the difference. I guess I'm asking for more consensus on where the class lines are drawn within this plan.
And Mark, you are correct. We've vetted the process and it's gone through everything, but any board member would have jurisdiction to adjust, amend any type of any of these proposals for any sport. And my opinion is everybody agrees that a change needs to be made, either 5 or 6. I've heard comments on sooner or later the 9-man is going to go to 2 classes. And everybody can agree upon those changes need to be made, but nobody can agree upon what it actually looks like. So I agree strongly with you, Mark, of potentially that could be something that we here could do to alter and let our staff, with the input of the membership, fine tune where things are at within that 5 or 6 classes.
And at the risk of circumventing the discussion, I think that an edict that says 5 instead of 6 or 7, just look at the 9-man vote. I think that whether from Mr. Culver or other coaches or other that have come in, it's basically about the argument of 3 classes versus 2 classes, saying that 3 is not an option, that it's 2, or vice versa. Now you almost have a little bit more of a uniform vote from that of, okay, if this is what we're doing, then okay, let's help you with where those numbers need to be, or even if it's an evaluation of what the split is from 11 to 9 or any of those topics that were not covered in this proposal.
To move it along, then I'll propose an amendment that we adopt a 5 classification in football, and with the intent of going to the advisory and coaches to determine the guidelines within the 5 classifications.
Just as a point of order, I don't know that we can have an amendment when we don't have a proposal.
Is this just a first reading as well? Is this just a first reading?
First reading, yes.
So we need to move forward with that and give it to a second reading.
We've got 3 guys in line that still would like to speak to the proposal.
Yeah, Mark, hold on to that thought.
Okay, all right, got it.
Mr. Ricky?
Yeah, I just have a couple of points that I would like to bring up. And the first one, and I've already spoken to John and Dr. Swartos about this already, but I'm not sure where the miscommunication happened, but I just do want to reiterate that I was at the all-state meeting, the Coaches Association meeting, and there was no discussion on those proposals at all. And there were 2 members of the football advisory board who are in Class A. Both of them were present at the meeting, and at no time was any of the proposals brought up. The only discussion was, does anybody have any items that they would like to bring up at advisory? There was no discussion about a 5-class system. There were no proposals that were shown and discussed. So that was my first point of order that I want to bring up. And I'm not sure if Class A was separate. I know Mr. Culver said that they was not discussed at their meeting either. Maybe Dan can speak to 11B if it was discussed in 11B, but it was not discussed in 11A. And then my second point would be that, just like other people have said, I'm not saying that something doesn't need to be done, because I think it does. But when I hear that one of the reasons for change is that there's going to be 12 teams in Class AAA next year based on current classifications, then why is it that there seems to be a need to only have 10 teams in Class AAA in the new proposal? I just think that those numbers need to be looked at. I think we need to look at the disparity between the top and bottom teams in each class, whether that be a 3-class or a 4-class proposal or what have you. I know Mr. Clement, who's going to speak here shortly,
He had a proposal out there that would, in my opinion, cause the least amount of disruption for 1 year. That would give us, like Mr. Murphy said, another year to discuss this, or however we needed to, whatever we needed to do with it, to try and if the proposal on hand is the best proposal after looking at it more carefully, then I'll be in support of it, but I just don't feel like we've had the input we need to make this decision at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Clement?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Just want to start and say I just appreciate and all the hard work that was put into this, and with all due respect, the comments I'm going to make, Senate Advisory and staff have put a lot of time and effort into this. Football, and the comment has been made before, football's its own unique entity, and it's kind of a beast of its own, a lot of working parts to it, and it is hard to anywhere you draw the line, somebody's going to be upset. You know, and think they should be in a different spot. I get that. I just think that this current proposal is not as equitable as it could be. You know, we did some shifting around. I know John had to do some shifting around this last go around with classifications to help fill the AA schedule, and you know, talk to the Class A schools about helping out. And so made a kind of an agreement that it would, you know, we would take and abide by that for a rotation. And then now this comes out, and I think there was some kinks in the communication process with all of this as it rolled out, that not quite everybody was informed of what was happening. But now this new proposal came out, and it shocked a lot of individuals because there wasn't any input or any discussion ahead of time. Not throwing darts at anybody or anything else, but there were some kinks in the process that I think going forward needs to be kind of looked at and worked out in the process. But I would, you know, if we set it at 5 classes or set it at 6, wherever that's at, I think that there's some more equity that can happen if we take a look at all the different factors that are involved in scheduling the different communities that are across the state. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Dewatney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple things. I'm not opposed to 5 classes. I think that we're going to cut 9-man to 2 classes. 11-man probably should be cut to 3 classes. I don't have a problem with that. My issue, I agree with Mr. Ricky. I think only having 10 teams in the top class, there is probably, if you took a vote, every school out there would like to have a perfect round robin schedule. And to have just one class that has that, I don't think it's equitable to the other classes. And this is a pretty important item to have finalized in the advisory committee and voted on today. I think it needs more time, as a lot of us have said. Thanks.
Mo, I've got a few comments, and then I know Dr. Rasmussen had a procedural question. I just want to clarify, this process was the same process we used for any rule change. The advisory committee, I know there was at least 5 proposals that were considered when the advisory made that, and I believe that Mr. Clements' proposal was one of those. I believe I saw it at that advisory meeting. Maybe it wasn't, but there was something very similar to that. But and I don't know what happened there with the coaches vote and how that I don't know how that all went into it. But I just want to clarify that the same process that we use for every rule change was made here. And if we're looking at putting a committee together or something else, we've got to define what that's involved. And unless you're going to involve every school in that, it's really just another advisory meeting. And are we going to have the same comments following that we're having right now? And I guess my comments are, this went through, I just wanted to clarify, this wasn't some secret process. They went through the same advisory process as any other rule change that we do. It came out in November after our meeting, and so I just wanted to clarify that. And I think Dr. Rasmussen had a procedural question.
Before we get into making motions and not in any way to end discussion, I think it's a very valuable discussion, but it might be of value to know what are all the options as far as a yes, no vote on this, an amended vote, or a vote of parameters towards the staff to form a committee or an advisory. And I'm not saying we should do any of those, but I wonder if before we proceed to any votes that we maybe have reviewed what are the options all facing the board as far as procedurally moving through this.
Well, I think the biggest thing that we need right now, more than anything, is, as Dr. Krogstrand said, we've got language right now that mandates that we use round-robin scheduling in AAA. So if we don't do anything, if we don't change anything, we've got to at least change that language, because we obviously can't do round-robin scheduling if there's 11 or 12 teams in that top classification. And whether you think they should have it or shouldn't have it, it's in there. And if we don't
I'll take a stab at this. I would, what I want to do is I want to develop a motion that is going to delay this and give us an opportunity to dig into it a little further. Whether we followed the process exactly the way we followed every other process or not really is somewhat moot at this point, because we have enough people who are saying.
Any further discussion?
What kind of deadline are you looking at?
It's a good question. I would ask Dr. Schwartos how much time does the office need to be able to do your due diligence and bring that back to the board.
There's no reason we would not have it for you at the June meeting.
Then I would offer a friendly amendment to my own motion to put a deadline on there of with the proposal coming back at the June meeting.
Okay, I need a second on that motion.
I'll second that. So,
John or Dan, real quick question, constitutional-wise, what is the verbiage in there with 9-man and the 64 number? That doesn't tie us anywhere, does it?
No, that's the automatic reducer number. If it was put in there that it would automatically reduce to 2 classes if we hit 64, I believe, for 2 classification cycles in a row. It doesn't say that we cannot reduce it until it gets to that point.
Thank you.
Great question, Dan. I didn't think of that.
Question. One thing I try to look at is ratios. With the 5-class lock us into ratios, the top to bottom would cause a lot of disparity between them. I'm certainly open to 5 classes. I don't know if 6 gives a better ratio, and I'm not saying it does because I don't have those numbers, but that is something that I ponder.
I don't think so. I mean, I've seen, I'll use Mr. Clements's proposal as an example. He included ratios in there in what I saw, and they were all reasonable ratios. John?
Depending on what an answer to that in 2 parts. Number 1 is, depending on what the committee comes in, I think that a 3-to-1, is probably even a max when you just look at what that spread is. But then realistically, also noting that when those classifications take true effect, we're using numbers that we don't necessarily even have in front of us. Unless Dr. Maher is willing to share with us his enrollment plan for Sioux Falls Jefferson in the coming years, we don't know what effect that may have on a Roosevelt enrollment or a Washington enrollment, for example, and what that really truly does. So it'd be a best guess estimate, but we can certainly provide what we have to do that. It's ultimately the challenge is not the disparity of schools as much as it is the number of schools within that disparity from top to bottom, and that's something I think the advisory would certainly take the feedback and work on. And yeah, I mean, 4 classes versus a 3 amongst the 11 man, if you will. Do you get that number tighter? Sure, but do you just then create kind of another small buffer class in between there by the time you get down to it? I don't know that there's options either way. But the challenge is that there are some pretty marked lines after about 10 and after about 20 that you kind of don't have a way around.
Will it be Craig Gawani, St. Thomas More, will it be the advisory committee's job to work on the verbiage for the AAA, or since we're eliminating AAA and it's just AA now, is there a concern how that verbiage will change? I think that's the biggest holdup, is the number of teams in the top class.
Yeah, I think that would fix it, because I think it's probably specific to class AAA, and that AAA doesn't exist. We'd have to look a little bit more into that.
I would feel that given the feedback today, as well as what they have received over the past 2 years, that the advisory committee would be uniquely positioned to be able to address what the coaches and schools that they represent want in that forthcoming proposal to you as a board in June.
It's all good discussion, and I respect everybody's opinions and input, and Dr. Rasmussen, great stuff to bring forward. I'm going to, and then those are all, just in the last 5 minutes, we can all tell that everybody's got different ideas and different thoughts. So I'm going to revert back to Dr. Maher's motion, which would give us direction for the board, or excuse me, the Activity Association staff to go with 5 classes and come to us with what they feel is best set up with those 5 classes. So we do have a motion, a second, and an amendment to that as well. Any other further discussion on that particular portion?
How exactly is this reading? What is our proposal?
Say that again.
I just want, can you read the proposal?
The motion I have is to authorize SDHSAA staff to reconvene the advisory, come up with a new proposal, 5 classes of football, and to deliver that to the board at the June 2020 meeting.
Thank you.
Point of clarification. Cassin's involved in, if the advisory comes together and they come up with, in their best mind, a 6th class, that's not allowable according to this directive. Is that correct?
I would say that's correct. Dr. Maher, it's your motion. Is that what you would say?
Yeah, I would say we have a motion on the floor, and I think we've cut through a whole lot of things. I think we need to make a decision. And my goal of my proposal is to get us to make a decision by the end of June.
And Brian, I understand what you're saying. I just want to help out. Having served on advisory committees, we can keep it as black and white for that advisory committee, so that we know where the parameters lie. That will help. I would also encourage anyone that is listening or in the Zoom session, this is your chance to visit with your respected member of that football advisory committee if you have concerns.
Well, I've got 2 things here. There's a question from Tom Culver on if it will be sent to the ADs following the proposal. Does the board want us to get another vote of the ADs with the new proposal?
Dr. Swartos, this is Brian. I would sure like our ADs to weigh in far before June on this and be a part of the due diligence that takes place on this.
Okay, so once that new proposal comes to advisory, we will send that out to the ADs and get a vote from the ADs on that as well. And the question from Bob Siddick on if that would be a first reading in June, I guess my perspective is that yes, it would be a first reading and it would need a second reading in August.
I think it would have to be.
Yep.
Correct.
Did you say to call the roll? I'm sorry.
that's kind of putting the new board into three members kind of in new territory then.
It is. I know, Dave, I was just thinking about that. I don't want to rush it. I thought about putting a May deadline in there and having a meeting in May. And I guess I would say that if the staff can do everything they need to do prior to a May meeting, and we can have a first meeting in May, I think that's okay. That would still meet this proposal. Or at least meet the essence of this proposal. But I don't want to rush it so that they can include not only the advisory committee, but coaches have a chance to weigh in, ADs have a chance to weigh in, schools have a chance to see what this means. So if we can do all that, I'm more than willing to have that come to us prior to June. The other thing I would say on that, Dave, and I don't know how it was when you came on the board, I was in between a vote on bathroom bill. When I came in, I was here for the second reading. So you talk about a significant vote to come in on for the second reading. This wouldn't be the first time that has happened, is my point. Not that it makes it right or wrong, just that would be my point.
From our perspective, I think we should be able to get that done by the end of May. If we shoot for a late May board meeting to have that first reading, that should give enough time for us to get the advisory together, for the advisory to get feedback from people, for us to get that proposal out to the schools, and get a vote from the ADs, and then have a board meeting in late May. I think we can make that happen. And then
folks are largely available right now, so I would think you could have a pretty meaningful discussion in probably an abbreviated time frame.
Yeah, I think we can get that done.
And perhaps, versus 15 different ideas come in, perhaps getting input and laying out in front of the ADs, coaches of schools, 2 or 3 choices to survey what they would like to kind of give direction to us as board members. Further discussion before we have a roll call vote? Okay, roll call vote on Dr. Maher's proposal that he has brought forward as a motion, and if you can read it one more time, please, for the board, Dr. Torres.
Okay, the motion is to authorize SDHSAA staff to reconvene the football advisory, to create a new football proposal with 5 classifications, to have that proposal ready for the board in June. Okay. Dan
Okay,
Aker.
we already have a motion and a second, so go ahead.
Dan Aker.
Yes.
Craig Cassins.
Yay.
Brian Maher.
Yes.
Barry Mann. Mark Murphy.
Yes.
David Plantine.
No.
Jerry Rasmussen.
Yes.
Randy Soma.
Yes.
Mo Rusing.
Yes.
7 yes, 1 no.
Okay, so that is the proposal brought to us from the board level, making 5 classifications of football with exactly how that looks to be determined with the input of all the individuals that were mentioned earlier and brought to us at a later date here, later than June. If it's all right with everybody, we would like to recess for about a 10-minute break. 5 minutes, what would you like?
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's 2:11, 2:25. We'll reconvene at 2:25.
You'll be amazed by what you see. High school sports, a winning part of a complete education. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
The South Dakota High School Activities Association Board of Directors meeting is currently in recess or executive session. Please stand by for continued live audio coverage.
Let's talk about the X's and O's of family entertainment. Every parent in South Dakota knows the importance of being able to draw up an activity that'll get you out of the house for a couple of hours. But it needs to be affordable. It needs to be family-friendly. Above all, it needs to be fun. Now, let's talk about high school sports. Bang for your buck, school sports provide the perfect game plan for your family. You'll enjoy all of the drama and excitement competitive sports offer. You'll be supporting the future leaders of our community in a meaningful way. Best of all, you can take the entire family without breaking the bank. Heck, you won't even dent it. Now, enough chalk talk. Let's get out there and see what's playing at the high school in your community. School sports. Good for our kids, good for our community. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
I perform for our high school choir director, who taught me to breathe from the diaphragm and sing from the heart.
Speech, debate, theater, music. The performing arts teach valuable life lessons that typically aren't taught in the classroom. They help high school students learn leadership skills that prepare them to enjoy more satisfying, productive lives.
Hey, I've got a question for you. Who will you perform for?
This message presented by South Dakota High School Activities and the high school in your community. There's just one place where students are students first, and athletics are played with purpose and perspective. There's just one place where a team is more than a group of individual agendas. It's a catalyst for demonstrating the potential of the collaborative spirit. There's just one place where players, coaches, and fans experience the exhilaration that happens when an entire community rallies behind the school team. That place is your local high school. High school sports offer more than the joy of competition. Studies show that student athletes are more likely to enjoy greater levels of achievement in other areas of their lives, including academics. In addition, high school sports help young people in South Dakota develop the discipline and confidence they need to be leaders in life, even as they unite communities like nothing else. High school sports, a winning part of a complete education. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
The South Dakota High School Activities Association Board of Directors meeting is currently in recess or executive session. Please stand by for continued live audio coverage.
Who do I play for? I play high school basketball for every baller who ever played a pickup game on a driveway, playground, or alley, because we all share the same dream. I play for buzzer beaters, big-time boards, and burying rainmakers. I play high school basketball for the chance to put my hometown in South Dakota on the map by playing in a state championship.
Only 0.5% of all high school student athletes play basketball in college, but all 100% of them become adults. That's why playing basketball in their high school team is so important. High school athletes learn life lessons that help them grow up, lessons that can't be taught in the classroom and often aren't taught at home.
I play high school basketball because I love performing in front of a capacity crowd in my hometown gym.
This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association. They are role models and educators. Their work requires a great deal of time and energy for very little pay. Who are these unsung heroes?
Thanks, Coach.
Thanks, Coach.
The simple truth about education-based athletics in South Dakota is this: without a committed team of coaches and administrators, it just wouldn't be possible. School sports, they bring out the best in all of us. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
If an individual student athlete or team wins a high school state championship, it's an amazing thing. It's also just the icing on the cake.
That's because young people in South Dakota who participate in education-based athletics are already winners. Studies show that win or lose, participation helps to impart skills they can use to enjoy greater success in other areas of their lives. School sports teach the benefits of teamwork, the value of self-motivation, and the importance of accountability. They also help to foster stronger work habits and higher levels of self-esteem. In other words, the true value of school sports can't be measured in terms of wins or losses. If an individual or team goes to state, it's an incredible accomplishment. But regardless of the outcome, today's student athletes are already destined to go far. School sports, a winning part of a complete education. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
The South Dakota High School Activities Association Board of Directors meeting is currently in recess or executive session. Please stand by for continued live audio coverage.
He worked out early, practiced late, and studied well into the night. The next day, he did it all over again.
She missed time hanging out and socializing with friends so she could make it on time to practices and games.
He became a top student and a confident leader, even as he helped his team win back-to-back conference titles.
She became a role model in her community, even as she led her team to an undefeated season.
And when they finished playing high school sports, what did they do next?
She graduated from college with honors and went to work for a successful company.
He attended graduate school and became a difference maker in his community.
Because that's what student athletes in South Dakota do. They use the skills they develop playing high school sports today
to do even bigger things in life tomorrow.
High school sports,
a winning part of a complete education.
This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
This is what matters. This is beyond X's and O's. This is the difference mutual respect makes. This is what character looks like. This is what defines us in South Dakota. This is sportsmanship. School sports, it's not the outcome that matters most, but the way the games are played. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Who do I perform for? I perform for all the awesome composers whose music deserves to be heard.
I perform for all the stagehands who make sure I never miss a cue.
I perform for our high school choir director who taught me to breathe from the diaphragm and sing from the heart.
Speech, debate, theater, music. The performing arts teach valuable life lessons that typically aren't taught in the classroom. They help high school students learn leadership skills that prepare them to enjoy more satisfying, productive lives.
I perform for Mrs. Evans, my high school debate coach, who has helped me become more confident than I ever dreamed possible.
This message presented by South Dakota High School Activities and the high school in your community.
Hey, I've got a question for you. Who will you perform for?
The South Dakota High School Activities Association Board of Directors meeting is currently in recess or executive session. Please stand by for continued live audio coverage.
This may sound like a typical high school basketball game being played on a Friday night in South Dakota. In fact, it's a crash course in cooperation and teamwork. It's a test of dedication, determination, and drive. It's character development in action. If you think high school sports are only about competition, think about this. High school sports can play a critical role in a student's overall education. In fact, studies show that students who participate in school sports are more likely to enjoy greater levels of achievement in their academic lives. At the same time, playing sports helps teach lessons not covered in the classroom. Lessons like tolerance, respect for the rules, and the importance of supporting your community. High school sports, a winning part of a complete education. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association. There's just one place where students are students first, and athletics are played with purpose and perspective. That place is your local high school. High school sports offer more than the joy of competition. Studies show that student athletes in South Dakota are also likely to enjoy greater levels of achievement in other areas of their lives, including academics. High school sports, a winning part of a complete education. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
Everybody knows that high school sports generate suspense, excitement, and drama.
They also generate higher grade point averages, stronger work habits, and greater self-esteem.
Everybody knows that high school sports give us more value for our entertainment dollar.
They also give us leaders committed to strengthening communities right here in South Dakota. The true value of playing sports in school can't be measured in wins and losses or dollars and cents. Studies show that participation in sports, along with other extracurricular activities, is one of the best ways to teach leadership, cooperation, accountability, and other invaluable life skills. Don't just stand on the sidelines. Encourage the young people you know to get in the game. When you do, you'll be helping them get ahead in life. High school sports, a winning part of a complete education. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
The South Dakota High School Activities Association Board of Directors meeting is currently in recess or executive session. Please stand by for continued live audio coverage.
These days, the concept of value matters more than ever. And you'd be hard-pressed to find a better value than high school sports. Extracurricular activities, including sports, make up about 2% of the budget for a typical South Dakota high school. In return, participation in sports promotes citizenship and sportsmanship. Sports also instill a sense of community pride and teach lifelong lessons about cooperation and self-discipline. They encourage physical fitness. They produce community leaders. By offering so many benefits to the community for such a small percentage of a school's overall budget, it's easy to see why high school sports are one of the best bargains around. The real cost would come from not having them at all. High school sports, a winning part of a complete education. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
What do basketball, choir, drama club, and marching band all have in common? They're all high school activities that offer learning opportunities not necessarily found in the classroom. They take up just a fraction of a typical South Dakota high school's budget, and they go a long way to giving young people the tools they need to thrive. High school activities, they're more than extracurricular. They're extra important.
All right, are we ready?
Presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
You guys ready out in Pier?
It may not require a textbook, but it's filled with valuable lessons. It may not take place in a classroom, but it's an ideal environment.
Okay, we're back on the live stream.
All right, we're back to recess. We will move on to golf proposals. Dr. Soros, you can go through those, and then see if there's anything that we're out that we can pull out, otherwise we'll just all at once.
Okay, golf proposals. There was 2 proposals. Both were unanimous. Both dealt with AA golf. The first one was to allow AA teams 2 coaches on course coaching abilities, provided those individuals have met the coaching requirements from the association under current guidelines. The second one would be the pairings. Day 2 championship pairings in AA would implement a combination system where the next 8 best individual scores from athletes not on the top 4 teams after day 1 would be immediately before team leaders on day 2 pairings. And there's an example there. Both of those received unanimous votes from the AD, and our recommendation is to approve both as submitted.
I so move on both of those.
Okay, motion by Soma, is there a second?
Second, Rasmussen.
Okay, there's a motion and a second, is there any discussion? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign.
Did Barry vote on this one? Is he voting?
You get Barry?
No. I can follow up with him here in a bit and see if he's on.
He's on, but I don't know if that's Barry's a yes.
Okay,
Yep.
Barry was a yes.
Thanks, Barry.
That'll be 9-0.
Okay, proposal number 1 and 2 in golf have passed. Moving on to gymnastics.
There were 2 proposals in gymnastics. The first is that the top 9 teams from each Class A and AA will qualify to the state meet. The champion from each region, state qualifying meet, will advance to the state competition with the next 7 highest scores from each class advancing as wild cards regardless of region, creating the 9-team qualifiers in each class. That was 5-0 committee, 27-3 AD vote. Number 2, remove the all-around in-season qualifying standards to all-around division, and the state meet will simply be those participants that qualified for state in each of the 4 events. Okay, so that was a 4-0 committee vote, 22-8 with the ADs. Our recommendation would be to pass both as submitted.
Okay, is there a motion to approve both 1 and 2 gymnastics?
So move, Soma.
Second, Plantine. Okay, motion and a second. Any further discussion on these 2 proposals? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 He's an aye, so 9-0.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, proposals number, Barry is a yes. Proposals number 1 and 2 have been passed for gymnastics. Moving on to soccer.
Okay, okay, so there was 1 proposal in soccer. It was a season change. It was a proposal to change soccer from a fall to a spring sport. It would be no sooner than 21-22, with the final dates weeks to be determined by committee work if it would pass. So it was a 4-1 committee vote in favor. The AD vote was 7 yes, 25 no. So our recommendation would be a no vote on the soccer proposal.
Okay, is there a motion to defeat this one?
Motion, Plantine.
Second by Murphy.
Okay, the motion is second. Any further discussion? Once again, this would be to not pass. Your yes vote would be not pass as well. Okay, not hearing any discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, the proposal number 1 for soccer is a do not pass. Moving on to tennis.
Okay, tennis, there were 3 proposals. Number 1 was that the host school would have the option to play during the regular season, the host school would have the option to play short sets as a match format. That was a 4-0 vote in committee, 22-1, 80 votes. Number 2 would be to allow between point coaching, noting that the coach must be outside the fence and on the same side of the court as their players. It cannot disrupt the opponent or flow of the match. and that the players cannot go to the fence for coaching. That was 4-0 in committee, 22-1 in favor with the AD vote. Number 3 was to rotate when Class A and AA will play the state tournament on a 2-year rotation. Each class will compete a 2-year cycle, then the Class A and Class A will rotate dates for the next 2-year cycle. It's rotating who goes first in the week on that Monday, Tuesday, as opposed to Thursday, Friday. Every 2 years. Every 2 years. You can see the schedule example. That was a 15-8 AD vote. So our recommendation would be to pass all 3 tennis proposals as submitted.
Okay, is there a motion and a second?
Motion Rasmussen.
Second, Maher.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the tennis proposal? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Okay, all 3 proposals for tennis have been passed. Moving on to track and field, cross country.
Okay, so after a few years of track and field, cross country didn't have anything. They brought 7 this year. So we'll go through them. The first would be to utilize athletic.net for result uploading, rosters, meet entries, result tracking, and meet information beginning with the 2021 school year. That was a 5-0 committee vote, 128-11 AD vote. That is a free website or a free software version for schools to use. Number 2 would be to allow for a finals-only event in Class A and Class B regions in the 100 and 110 hurdles if there's fewer than 16 individuals entering. That was a 5-0 committee vote, 116 yes, 8 no, 80 vote. Third one was the top 24 qualification standard for state track and field. It essentially would be Class A and B utilize the top 24 performance standard for qualification for the state track meet. That was a 58 yes, 53 no, and you can see the splits between Class A and Class B here. Number 4 is javelin. The committee proposed that the javelin become an SDHSAA standard event with spring 21 as the regular season only, followed by a scored event in Class AA in the spring 22 at a state track meet. Other classifications would monitor and evaluate for adoption. And only rubber-tipped, non-metallic javelins would be legal for state competition. That was a 5-0 vote. It was noted that bordering schools who are going to other states for meets, they've seen a demand for participation in the javelin at those meets. So that was a 68 yes, 40 no AD vote. Proposal 5 would allow the 200-meter dash to be reversed in direction if agreed upon by the meet manager and meet referee. If the facility permits and has the correct markings, and the wind direction will be in favor. State meet would remain at the committee finish. So that was a 4-1 committee vote, and the AD vote was 63 yes, 64 no. Number 6 would change the order of races at regions and state based upon the rotation of the 4x8 relay on an annual basis. On years where the girls 4x8 is held first, all track events will be run with the girls event first. On years where the boys 4x8 is held first, all track events will be run with the boys event first. That was a 5-0 vote in committee, 133-6 yes vote by the ADs. Number 7 was a single site track meet. The committee recommended that beginning in the spring of 22, all 3 classes of state track would be held at a single site over 3 days. A subcommittee would be formed during next school year to finalize the schedule and logistic details using the attached proposal as a starting point. That was a 4-0 vote in favor, with Steve Sharon abstaining. And the AD vote was 77 yes, 62 no. Our recommendation would be to pass all 7 proposals as submitted. In regard to the top 24, we believe it would increase participation at the state meet, and it would return the significance of competing at major championships as the two are not connected. In terms of reversing the 200-meter dash, it's common at all of the levels, and I think some of the concerns about why we would not be doing it at the state meet, that was specific to the rationale of the proposal. So our recommendation would be to pass all 7.
Dr. Suarez, can you address that a little bit on the 200-meter dash? Why wouldn't we turn it around if we had the ability to do so?
I'll let John answer that.
Yeah, the difference is at the region meet, or the region meet or regular season, we're talking about setting an in-season qualifying time. So we want to give them the advantage. The conversation about the state meet was twofold. One was to allow them to finish on the common finish on the front stretch in front of the majority of fans. And number 2, because they're not competing against somebody else for a qualifying, they're competing shoulder to shoulder. So there's no difference of wind aided versus running into the wind, because it's a shoulder to shoulder, right next to you competition, if you will, was basically the discussion. There's a little bit about moving cameras and all those kinds of things, but really I think that the idea was for that they would be shoulder to shoulder in this proposal, competing against each other in that scenario, if that makes sense. That's why there was the difference.
You said if that makes sense. It doesn't. It doesn't make any sense to me. What I heard was it's harder for us to officiate the meet. If you're running for a record, don't tell me it doesn't make a difference.
Yeah, and I think the other side of it would be is I think our meet and national records, if you go wind aided, then they don't count.
It doesn't mean you're not. It doesn't mean you can have the wind behind you and not have it be wind aided. There's a threshold there. That's different than running into the wind.
Right, but by rule we wouldn't change it unless it got to that increment anyway of the 3 knots or 4 knots sustained wind or whatever it is.
Would I be right in assuming that if you were doing the electronic timing, would you put a stipulation in there that you had to bring the electronic timing over to do this, or keep it all the same for all events? Whether you couldn't move the timing mechanism over into the backstretch?
Right. The common practice is that ultimately you move that camera that would be at if you're on a track that finishes, let's just say in the southeast corner, or let's go southwest, excuse me, track that finishes in the southwest corner for the common finish. So if you're reversing 100s and 110s, you've got a camera in the northwest corner, you would port that over to be in the northeast corner to capture that 200 finish to do it. Yes, that's correct. The bigger issue is going to be whether or not the tracks are ultimately lined with a finish line over there, as opposed to we're not going to walk over there and put tape down or do sidewalk chalk or some sort of a temporary that is actually set up as a finish line over there for that marking. I mean, again, it's the proposal from the advisory and from the coaches on it was wanting to allow those kids to not be at a disadvantage when we're talking about qualifying into the state meet. And that's what this proposal accomplishes, is it allows them to, at any race during the regular season, qualify or have the best opportunity to qualify, whether that's either the top 24 as proposed here or the automatic provisional standard setup, to give them that advantage during the regular season if at all possible.
Yep. And Dr. Krogstrom, maybe to be clear, I agree 100% with your estimation. It might have sounded like I was disagreeing with you. I agree with you. I'm just curious as to how somebody could be against it. But thanks for your explanation.
Okay, is there anybody that would like to see any of these pulled out separately?
I don't know if I necessarily need it pulled out separately, but I kind of want to talk about the top 24 a little bit. I did call John yesterday, just what I don't want to do is see this as be limiting maybe the chance for some more student athletes to make it. Just being around track for the time that happened, I don't think it would do that in the A ranks. I'm curious about some of the B ranks. We go away from the top two in each region, or are we taking some kids out for a chance to make it? I don't know if you had any time to kind of look into some of the stuff I asked John. If you do, could you share that?
Yeah, ironically, what Dan and I talked about yesterday, my assumption was essentially with what we've done with the qualifying standards that you're talking about, maybe your sprints and maybe your relays where we've ever been over 24 as far as the number of entries. So now we would maybe see a reduction. Ironically, in the B boys last year, there was no individual on the track event to where we had more than 24 entries, nor any field event. So in Class B, it actually expanded the field in the boys across the board. And as we talked yesterday, Dan, I see it again as an expansion of entries when you talk about the regions where you've got, I used the Region 7B last year. We have the young lady from White River and the young lady from New Underwood, where you've got two top line sprint runners, 100, 200, 400. Guess what? If they're running at the region, nobody else is getting through that region unless they hit the qualifying time. This would at least allow the kid who doesn't hit that qualifying time to maybe get there. But yeah, ironically enough, in the Bs last year across the boys and girls both, we were under 24 and save for 2 events on the girls' side, none on the boys' side. And similarly in the A, I think we were over in the medley, was maybe the only situation which we know is a direct effect of saying that at one time during the year you have to run the 8th best qualifying time from the average of the last 6 years. I mean, it's pretty easy to do, especially when you don't then have to connect those kids in to actually runs at the state meet. So just again, only being able to access 19's data quickly and easily today, or 18's data, we were able to pull it up pretty quickly that yeah, it's an expansion. But I would pretty solidly state that if you go back to the point, I believe it was 3 years ago, where we changed from average 6th place finisher at the state meet to now the average best qualifier into the finals at the state meet, you're still going to see 90% of your events where it's an expansion of athletes getting in. And when we're talking about it's fewer, it's 1 or 2 or 3 fewer. It's not like we're taking 20 kids out of the state track meet. It will increase opportunities for our kids to get to the state track meet.
Thanks for looking into that for me, John.
You bet, yeah, and I'll get you some final numbers, maybe going further back. We'll have to do a little bit more calculation. We'll have some more for June if that question persists, but I certainly see it as it's a positive for us for getting more kids to the state track meet, and realistically knowing what those fields are going to be for every other piece of it, that we know we've got 3 flights. So when you talk about preliminaries into semis and knowing you're going to have that semi, it cleans all of that language up very nicely for us as well.
John, Craig here. It's probably safe to say also that the weather was very much a factor last year, wasn't it? In the number of qualifying meets that were held, at least up in our area.
Yeah, I think so. And that's where I was maybe surprised, because when I had the conversation with Dan, I figured, you know what, the 100, the 200 were probably over. But last year, I mean, it was because it was so few. That's why I was kind of surprised. But again, I would say kind of that 80 to 90% of events, we're going to be taking more kids in and having increased opportunities, as well as when we talk top 24, it's not the 24 best times all year, it's the 24 best entered into the state meet with a time. So realistically, and we've seen this play out in AA that's kind of got this a little bit, is you're seeing times into that 30s and 40s range of kids getting in because athletes are being held back for relays and things. So really, it's getting more kids, again, into that track meet based on the entry system and not being tied back to the region like it has been, and been a little bit more restrictive.
So again, so you're saying that they still can qualify by standard throughout the season, and then if you don't have a full 24, you take the next best distances or times beyond the standards to fill out the field of 24?
No, it would just simply be, it'd be exactly like what the AA's do right now, coaches, there's no standard. We're just gonna develop with the athletic.net software. Every meet will be uploaded in there, so you're gonna have a live leaderboard all year that's got what that top 50 or top 60 or whatever it is by class. It's then when that coach puts their entries in for the state meet, we're basically gonna draw the line at where 24 is, and that's who's coming based on a verified time, mark, distance, performance, who gets in. So we might have, I mean, obviously the top 7 or 8 or 10 or 12 times in that event are going to get in regardless. And really anybody in that top 24 is going to get in as long as they're entered. But what it brings in is that kid 25 to 100 that maybe is off all year by a tenth or two. Now they get to go to the state track meet and not have to be a standard or not have to get lucky based on who's running or not running in their region.
They just have to be entered.
They just have to be entered. And then if coach enters you into the 100-meter dash and you don't make it, you're still able, obviously, to go then and be part of a relay. It doesn't count against you as one of your 4 events, unless you're actually one of the 24 that have that top time when we set those fields up.
John, one other question on this one. Was there any discussion at advisory on, again, this is it's an unpredictable factor, but going back to the weather, if I'm running for, let's say, Bison, and I'm competing for a spot with a kid that's running at Freeman, and again, maybe I'm grasping at straws here, but there's probably a better chance of more conducive conditions on the southeast part of the state than there would be on the northwest. Am I wrong in this thinking?
I don't know that I would say that any one area has an advantage over another. I mean, it's as I was, Coach Murph could probably vouch for me. I mean, it was predicted to be 70 and sunny here today, and it's supposed to be cold and snowy in Aberdeen, and Rapid City just had snow yesterday. I mean, it's kind of a little bit of a randomization, I guess, and I think as we saw last year and in past years, our track teams and coaches and everybody are willing to go on the road to go find meets and to be able to get their kids that opportunity. And ultimately now what it does is it allows you maybe as a coach to make some decisions at that, either the region meet or a last chance meet or a conference meet or something down the stretch of, where do we want to focus little Billy or little Susie's attention as far as what events to get ready for the postseason. And again, not being locked into them in regions, because I entered them at the 200 at regions to try and make it into that top 24. Now they don't make it. It doesn't cost me from entering them into the 400 at state, even though they don't run the 400 at regions because they're already in. So I think it by design allows that coach more flexibility as far as what to do with those athletes a little bit too, to deal with some of those mitigating, their kid coming back from injury or any of those kinds of situations. I think it does actually offer more flexibility once you get into it and you see it, and really, again, kind of point to maybe what the AA has done with it the last few years of. They've really, those coaches have kind of programmed as far as knowing, okay, you know what, you might qualify into this event, but look at the top 5 or 6, you're not going to get us a lot of points, so maybe I'm going to send you over to the relay side to help us out there. So I think there's a little bit more open ended things to get some kids into the meet with the 24.
Thank you.
So I'm on the assumption that after the close of the last chance meet, so to speak, coaches have to declare who's going on to the state meet, and then define, because you could be in the top 24 in an event and choose not to run that, correct?
Yeah, and we've had that, again, kind of using, not to keep going back, but using the AA model, we've had situations where we've had over 24 automatically qualify, let's just say in the 100-meter dash. But one of those kids is just barely over standard, so I choose not to put him in, even though maybe he's the 22nd ranked or whatever. In AA, we would fill that with a provisional to get in there. Same thing would happen here. So if we've got 20, say we've got 30 kids entered into, or I'll take a step back. My kid is 25th on the leaderboard in the 100-meter dash. and I put him into the 100-meter dash as an entry, if any of those top 24 performances ahead of him do not enter, then my kid gets to go. If they all 24 enter, it doesn't count against me as an entry for him in the state track meet. I'd open him to maybe be able to then go run the 4x1, the 4x2, the medley, something like that.
Thank you.
I would like to, sorry, Mo, I'd like to talk a little bit about the javelin too, before we do that. And my concerns are, just like everybody else, is probably the safety part of it, monetary, bringing schools now to have to get coaches, equipment. I know it says something about a grant. Maybe somebody can explain the grant process to me. Is that something all schools can apply for and then they get paid for? And then having workers for it when we host meets. I know it's every school's ability to choose whether they want to do it or not. But once a couple of schools start doing it and you can get points for it, I think most schools are going to either be forced to do it or look at ways of coming up with ways to fund those things. So that's some of the questions I had on the chat.
Randy, I think you bring up a really good point. I'll bring one other point up on that. You gotta have a place to throw it. I mean, you've got to have a substantial amount of room to throw that. So that's another big piece for it.
I would have a question on the vote of 68 to 40, being as it only involves this particular class, of which, I'm just surprised. Is there any finer a vote than there would just be AA members on that?
Yeah, I will look up the AA vote. I guess just to respond to the javelin question, it was David Dolan, the track coach at Rapid City Central, kind of brought it forward. He's also obviously heavily involved in the Coaches Association work, and he had come forward. Okay, Marcel's got the vote there, yeah, 11-7 from the AA group.
Okay, thank you.
He kind of brought up the question, basically with a lot of neighboring states having the event. Certainly we know and have heard from our schools, especially on the North Dakota border, that, for example, in Lemon, they go across the street and they throw it in a park area because that's the area they do it. But the reason they do it is because if they didn't have the event, the North Dakota schools would not come any longer to the meet. So now their kids have kind of seen it, kind of gotten a taste for it, and well, how come we can't? And I think also another big piece of it was a couple years ago it became an offering at the Howard Wood Relays, that the javelin was offered for the high school competitors there too. So I think it's kind of grown a little bit, and from the coaches' side, can we do this? The reason why it was AA only was I think just the concept like Dr. Maher mentioned about who is most likely, from the committee's perspective, who's most likely to have the space to throw it, and who would have the room in their community or in their place to be able to do it, kind of use it as a guinea pig and implement it and see if it's workable and create a model for the A's and B's to maybe copy, paste, and put in. I think that was the discussion back in September on it, was here's a way of maybe bringing it in and seeing how it goes. And so that's really where it came from. I mean, it truly was as organic of a proposal as you can get, coming from the Coaches Association. They're the ones that brought it forward and obviously had the side of the committee. The other side of it, I guess I would just mention quick and then I'll stop. We don't have necessarily anything in our rules that would prohibit schools from doing it in the regular season anyway. If you wanted to have the javelin at a regular season meet, you could do that. Just like you could have the shuttle relay like Iowa has, for example, as part of a meet. So we don't necessarily have anything that prohibits it during the regular season anyway. This proposal that came up was to put a timeline together to implement it going forward as part of a scored event at the postseason level.
Just to talk about it a little bit longer, I still have concerns about the safety and the monetary part of it. I think the turnaround time for me is what's getting me, they want to start it next spring. And so that that makes it tough when you talk about budgets and what we're talking about with COVID-19 and just everything that's going on. I struggle with the budget part of it, and I also facility-wise, and granted, I know a lot of facilities are capable of doing it, but those are just some of my concerns right now.
The AA vote was 11-7 in favor.
Thank you.
I have, a question on number 7, the single site, talking about travel and monetary and another day out of school. What was that discussion like at the ADs, or did you have any superintendent's feedback on that about another day out of school and plus another day of traveling?
We did, David. I think the discussion among the group, to be quite frank, was, and it kind of talks about it a little bit in there, and probably got more well-rounded and well-discussed in the couple of ADs conferences about this, was to try and figure out a way to minimize that impact, knowing that I think the last 8 years at packet distribution day, it's been few and far between that every team that's driving in isn't there by noon on Thursday anyway. So they're already in there for that hotel room stay. They're already there for those kinds of things. And if it's a way to fit the schedule to really minimize that, or in the same breath, maybe there's something to not having to be there all 3 days and some of that with field events and things. So I think there was definitely that conversation. Was part of it was to minimize that impact, with the understanding that was there that, again, most everybody's there anyway. On that, we did have Paul Nepodol is our committee representative there. I mean, there was no negative discussion at the committee meeting about the day of travel. Certainly it's come up and been discussed, but I think that the point of it is this proposal basically then turns us to go back to our site hosts, go back to the advisory committee, and exactly figure out what that schedule looks like to try and minimize that impact as best we can, or to mitigate it, knowing that that's there. I think the other concern was balancing that against 2 other factors of travel distance out to those off sites. With our Class A schools driving, 50 miles one way to our off sites out west permanently and potentially back east. And then also, what are those site hosts going to want to, where are they going to continue to look like? Do we have a guarantee that our sites, the main day, are going to want to toe the company line and host the other classes when their athletes aren't there on day one? Knowing that T has kind of become our Class A site, now we know that we're going to have challenges if we look at going back to one of our smaller facilities with challenges of why we went away from them in the first place for those preliminary days that kind of factored into this too. So I think there's some other tangents to it, to where our options might also be becoming limited as far as where we can have our state track meet, that factored in that, yeah, there might be some offset on the days and the travel time too.
Okay, I was just, because I could just know our track coach will come to our administration and say, well, it's a difference between traveling 7 hours out to Rapid City and doing a light workout, or having my track athlete actually running in a state event. He'll want to go out the day before so they don't have the travel legs. So that would be just something that we'll have to address locally.
Mr. Chairman, is this open to discussion from the floor yet, or no?
Yes, Jordan, go ahead.
So just one quick thing that I'd like to speak to from the Rapid City Central perspective, and I apologize if you get a little feedback from my 3-year-old. He's doing some puzzles here next to me. So, I think having the 3-day meet is going to be a challenge in Rapid City. Just simply from the fact of, from the fan perspective and the one bathroom situation that is at O'Hara Stadium, putting 10,000 people, at that facility on one day is going to be quite challenging. Obviously, we bring in extra porta pots and such. I do fear that if we do move to this 3-day events, unless some changes are made to the facility itself at O'Hara, I just don't know that we could. I know that Jared and I would be able to host it. I don't have any issues from our management side of things, but in terms of the facilities, I'd be cautious and concerned that we would be doing justice to our kids and coaches.
Okay, Mr. Clements, you have some input on number 5?
Yes, just kind of some points of clarification on the number 5. As far as the timing system, everything is considered on that. It's not as easy as just picking up the camera and hauling it over and setting it down and lining up on that line. There's a lot of fine tuning that goes with that, as well as data. People are set up with the data cables to transfer the information back to the trailer or the press box. So there's a lot of intricacies involved in the administration of that. With that 200-meter dash, more likely that's why a lot of times when we show up to set up for meets, we like to have all the cameras in place ahead of time and everything tested and set so that they aren't moved at all. And so we know that they're going to function correctly. And like I said, I know that probably a lot of tracks aren't set up with wiring over the other side, so now you're have to transport the Cat 5 cable over to that finish line at the 200 mark. And then the other factor that plays into that is lighting, because as the light dims down, and depending on how everybody's lighting is, that could cause some issues later on where that 200 race is at towards the end of the meet. There might be some lighting issues that factor into that as well. So just so everybody's aware of all that.
Any other discussion? Quite a bit of discussion. Is it the board's wishes? I'm thinking to pull these out here and vote on them separately. Or if there is not any.
Mr. Chairman, it seemed like maybe we've already set a precedent. Last time we had a lot of discussion was on the football. We did that. It might behoove us to do that here too.
Sure, but look if there's any input on that.
I agree.
So, is there anybody? Let's do it this way. Is there anybody that'd like to pull out 1, 2, or 3? How about 4? Like that one pulled out?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mo, I don't know if it's too late. I got my numbers mixed up here. I would like to see 3 as a separate vote.
Okay. How about number 5?
Yes. Yes, please.
Pull number 5 out.
Please.
And 6 or 7?
I'd like to see 7 pulled out.
Okay, so if everybody is with me here, what we'll do is move forward to approve 1, 2, and 6 at this time. I'm looking for a motion to approve on proposals 1, 2, and 6 for track. Field.
So moved, Rasmussen.
Second, Cassens.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Further discussions on number 1, 2, or 6 for track, field, cross country. Okay, hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. And that'll bring us to number 3. Everybody following what I'm doing here?
Yep. With you, Mo.
All right. So number 3, the top 24, is there a motion and a second?
Make a motion to approve. Planting.
Okay, motion by Aker, second by Dave, Planteen. Any further discussion on the top 24, proposal number 3? Okay, hearing no discussion. Roll call vote, please.
Dan Aker.
Yes.
Craig Cassens.
No.
Brian Maher.
Yes.
Barry Mann. Mark Murphy.
Yes.
David Planteen.
Yes.
Jerry Rasmussen.
Yes.
Randy Soma.
Yes.
Mo Rusing. Mo.
Yes.
Okay. I got 7 ayes, 1 no.
Okay, moving on to number 4. So a motion and a second for number 4 regarding javelin. Is there a motion or a second?
I'll make the motion, Mo. Planting.
Motion by Planteen. Is there a second?
I'll second for sake of discussion. Cassens.
Okay, second by Cassens. Further discussion at the board level.
When will this just stay at the AA, or do you feel like it will enter into the A and B?
I think the design is just to get feedback and have the ongoing discussion about whether the A's and B's want it. I think again you've got a handful of B's on that borderline up north that feel they feel bad having to tell their kids they can't do it and watch North Dakota kids get to do it. So I would think you're going to have a group that's certainly in favor of it. Whether it ends up being a majority and coming in, I don't know. But you know, in the same breath, we only have pole vault at probably half our schools at the A and B level too, similarly. So it's out there. I think again, it's just again from the coaches wanting to be able to do it. Let's see how it works. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, and we scrap it from all three together.
Okay, that's fair.
Any other discussion? Okay, hearing none. Dr. Swartos, roll call, please.
Dan Aker.
Yes.
Craig Cassens?
Yes.
Brian Maher? Is that a yes? Sorry. Okay. Barry Mann? Mark Murphy?
Yes.
David Plantine?
Yes.
Jerry Rasmussen? Jerry, I think you're still muted.
Yes, sorry.
Okay. Randy Soma?
No.
Mo Rusing?
Yes.
Got 7 ayes, 1 no.
Okay, moving on to number 5 regarding the 200 dash and it having the option to be reversed except at the state level. Is there a motion in this section?
I'll make the motion to approve Plantine.
Second, Maher.
Motion by Dave and second by Dr. Maher. Discussion by board members.
I would assume this is a facility approved thing. You know, if a school can't do it, or if it's a school's choice who's hosting, whether they want to do it or not, I would assume that's the case.
Whether they have the capability, really, I think, Randy. I was in Nebraska when we made this switch, and I don't remember who it was earlier that talked about this isn't as easy as moving from one finish line to another. It's a chore if you've got to move timing equipment, if you've got to move cameras. This isn't an easy thing to do. Also, Dr. Krogstrand said you don't want to put sidewalk chalk down or even a tape down. You want to have a stadium that's set up to be able to do this. Otherwise, I think you run it as is.
Yeah, the wording's purely allowing, correct? It's not requiring.
Correct. I think the interpretation and the intent of the committee was that your meet manager and your meet referee. So for example, if the meet's being run in Pier, if Brian Moser says, no, we're not moving, and that's an accommodation either for the timing equipment or because the track is not painted correctly, then that's the answer. It would allow, however, those that are specifically college tracks that have the markings and have the conduit and all those kinds of things to be able to easily do it, have at it, guys.
But the markings would have to.
Or if you're using manual timing and now you got to walk 8 timers across the track or whatever, I mean, that would be allowable. If the markings are in place and the meet manager and the meet referee all agree, then you would have the ability, not the mandate, but the ability to move it, correct?
Question, Dr. Krogstrand, does the timing have to be the same? You couldn't go from electronic timing and then run a 200 with handheld?
You, in theory, could.
You could, that's what I'm saying, but should they be the same?
If you had the staffing to do it, which is where I would rely on your meet manager, because, you know, for example, at our state track meet, we don't have backups down there with stopwatches anymore. We've got the FAT and that's it. So if Gene Brownell is hosting a meet and he doesn't have timers, then we're either moving a camera because we're capable or we're not, and we're not moving.
Any further discussion?
And maybe the better answer to that, Coach Murphy, would be is it's as simple as if the timing system failed. We're gonna have meets that have that during the year anyway, where a timing system goes down. So now we've got to recreate with handheld just to put in results for those kids. We see those. Aaron and I, luckily or unluckily, see those even at the region level from time to time.
Any other discussion? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Dan Aker.
Yes.
Craig Casson.
Yes.
Brian Maher.
Yes.
Barry Mann. Mark Murphy.
Yes.
David Plantine.
Yes.
Jerry Rasmussen.
Yes.
Randy Soma.
Yes.
Mo Rusing.
Yes.
8 ayes, 0 nays.
You're doing it the hard way.
Okay, moving on to number 7, the single-site state track meet that would begin the spring of 2022. Is there a motion to accept?
So move, Soma.
I'll second that, Cassens.
Okay, motion by Soma, second by Cassens. Further discussion at the board level.
I too have been to Rapid for many state track meets, and it's at capacity, and at times on that final day, it's a tough day out there with the fans and the seating and everything else. And I know Jordan ventured some of those concerns, and I would have a few of those, whether we'd end up being at Howard Wood for every meet after that, I don't know, but I think it would start to move that way.
I think one conversation we did have with the AA athletic directors when we reviewed the proposals a couple of weeks ago was it also, by the timeline that's put in this, we're talking 5 years would be the first time we're in Rapid City with this proposed event. So we've got 5 years to work with School of Mines, with Jordan, with Jared, with the committee to take a look at all of that and put together a successful plan, or realistically, given a lot of the conversations we've had about events on or around Memorial Day weekend in Rapid City, consider those options all encompassing as well. But I do think it allows us, the benefit of this is we're not dumping it on our site hosts, hey, go figure this out for tomorrow. We've got a good amount of time to figure out those capacity, very specific capacity questions out there.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, I know that was my concern too, was the length of days. You know, I didn't want it to turn into too long for our competitors and coaches when we combine it like that. And so when we talked about the schedule and stuff, I felt assured that they were going to come up with a good schedule, including a lot of coaches and ADs to come up with that good schedule to make sure that, you know, schools wouldn't have to travel out there or here, depending on the year, if they didn't have to. And then also making sure that athletes were thought of when they were doing that schedule.
And I would just offer, to me, that was one of the biggest things, I guess, why I would support it, as I sit here and I think of, not to keep using her name, but Kaylin Delandre-Prue, you know, an athlete who had a chance to not just win 4 events, but darn near win the girls' Class B track meet by herself last year. And the timing of how quick that turnaround was for her on that final day and rest recovery, she just wasn't able to physically do it. I think that's the biggest thing for me is for the athletes, allowing that a little bit of rest time. Maybe it also helps enhance their performances. And I mean, we've seen a number of those. The Pulse girl from McCook Central Montrose that finished 4th place as a team by herself. Same thing, had one event that maybe with a little more rest recovery time, maybe she does a little bit better. And that's one thing that I think would be really cool that we'd be able to offer our kids with a 3-day meet.
And I don't believe this was brought up today, but John, when we had the AD conference vote, and we don't have to be like every other state, but there's quite a few other states have everything in one city, one site, correct?
Yeah, I think, and that was when the advisory committee took a look at it. We had looked at kind of our other Section 5 states as far as their schedule for state track. Nebraska is all together in Omaha. Kansas is all together in Wichita. Wyoming is all together at one site. So a lot of these are single site events that we kind of have taken a look at, and I think would be absolutely the intent of the committee when they put the schedule together is take a look at those ideas and see what makes the best sense for us. Maybe, no different than we've done in other times when we've had, a new or a change to our events. But yeah, take a look at those other options that already exist out there in other places.
Any other discussion? Okay, Dr. Swartos, roll call please.
Dan Aker.
Yes.
Craig Castens.
Yes.
Brian Maher.
Yes.
Barry Mann. Mark Murphy.
Yes.
David Plantine.
Yes.
Jerry Rasmussen.
Yes.
Randy Soma. Mo Rusing.
Yes.
8 ayes, 0 nays.
Okay, moving on, we do not have anything for volleyball. So, move on to wrestling.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, wrestling, we had 7 proposals in wrestling. Proposal 1 was to increase the minimum of duels, eligible for the dual championships from 8 to 10. That was 6-0 in committee, 91 to 11 in favor with the AD vote. Proposal 2 was a recommended change, the selection of teams for the state duels. We use the PowerPoint system to pull the top 10 teams up, and then we use head-to-head common and PowerPoint average to seed them following that. That was 6-0 in committee, 83 to 18 in favor with the AD vote. Proposal 3 was to amend the state tournament schedule. You can see the schedule there as follows. That would address some of the concerns and some of the issues we had this year with particularly with our dual finals and third place match. That was 89 to 14 vote in favor with the ADs. Number 4 was a change in the region seeding. You have with requiring a minimum of 5 wrestlers to be seated. That was 6-0 in committee, 96 to 7 in favor with the ADs. Number 5 was a December 1st annual deadline for schedules for the duels. That was 5-0 in committee, 87 to 16 in favor with the AD vote. Number 6 was to re-implement the random draw for duels per NFHS rules for the starting weight. That was 6-0 in committee, 91 to 10 in favor with the AD vote. Number 7 was to hold a girls division at the state wrestling championships beginning in 2021 with 4 weight classes determined by enrolled participant weight certification. That was a 91 to 10 in favor vote from the ADs. So our recommendation would be to pass all 7 wrestling proposals as submitted.
Okay, is there any input, feedback from the audience? Okay, hearing none, the staff's recommendation is to approve all of the wrestling proposals. The board feels that way. If there's a motion, otherwise, if you want something pulled out, let me know.
Motion to approve all. Rasmussen.
Second by Murphy.
Motion by Jerry and second by Mark. Further discussion at the board level. Okay, hearing none. Dr. Meyer, do you have something?
No.
Okay. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All of the rest of the proposals, all 7 of them have passed. Moving on to the in-season, out-of-season, AD Advisory Committee proposals. There's one. Go ahead, Dr. Squirrel.
Yeah, the one in and out of season ED advisory was that 1-year classification cycle that we've visited about a few times already. We would do a 1-year cycle in 21-22, and then we would reclassify again in 22-23. That gets us in line with the neighboring state. That was a 9-0 voting committee, and it was 127-12 in favor with the 80s. So our proposal would be to pass, or our recommendation is to pass.
I'll move, Soma.
Second, Maher.
Okay, there's a motion, a second, further discussion? Okay, and it reads this, I think you just mentioned it, one-year cycle, and then it would go back to 2, so everybody's on the same page.
Yeah.
Okay, no further discussion. Everybody in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, that has passed. Moving on to the Sports Official Advisory Committee, they have 2 proposals by the looks of it. Dr. Schroeder.
Yeah, the first proposal would be that cross-country officials are required to complete an online rules exam and exam during the fall sports exam period on an annual basis, with the fine structures implemented comparable to other sports. And number 2 is to change the officials' code of ethics for item 25 with those strike-throughs to add siblings and step-siblings, and to clarify the official may, however, participate in another classification at the state tournament level. It's just a clean-up language. So our recommendation is do pass.
So moved, Maher.
Second, Soma.
Okay, motion and a second has been made. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, those 2 proposals have passed, and the Sports and Medicine Advisory Committee does not have any proposal.
I would add 2 things from sports medicine. We will be using a new physical form that will be out soon. Dr. Krogstrand is still working with the Sports Medicine Advisory on that. That will include some changes to our HIPAA form to help with some of the concerns legislatively last year, as well as the updated PPE form as well. And the other thing in there would be implementation of the OPC model in wrestling for weight certification.
Dr. Swartos, do we know when that new physical form will be ready? I know some parents are getting ahead of the 8 ball to try to get some of that done during this time. If they use the old form, are they going to be grandfathered in for a year?
We are working on it. Long story short is the American Academy of Pediatrics that actually is the one that creates the form, publicizes a new form and manuscript both on the physical form as well as the pre-participation history. Ultimately, we're working on condensing that and getting it in a format that is also, because it is a copyrighted form from the American Academy of Pediatrics, we're making sure that all parties are okay with that before we have it publicized and out. So once we have the green light from our partners at Sanford Health, as well as making sure that everything is in line there, it will be published on the front page of the website, hopefully by 1st of the month, if not sooner.
John, I have a question. This is, can that be made into an online form with a signature, or does that have to be an actual signature from the doctor, you know?
We will provide it in, I believe, a fillable PDF. So if they've got the capacity to be able to do that, then yeah, by all means, send it off to them and let them do it that way. However you want to store it or manage it, whether you've got an online system, have at it. Yeah.
We're also working. We're trying to find a Spanish version of it as well. I know we need that. I think there's some of that available. Yep. But we may need to have someone translate a portion of it for us.
Okay. Everybody's good. We'll keep going. Everybody. Dr. Maher, you got some chocolate in front of you?
I got what?
Chocolate? You got chocolate in front of you? I want to make sure you're good.
I got none. I had no chocolate, no donuts, no pizza. I'm starting to shake. I don't know if you can see that. Plenty of Diet Coke, though.
You're saying you're roughing it then.
That's exactly right.
All right, moving on to item number 6. Consider broadcast bid.
Okay, we sent out the broadcast bids after our January meeting, and then we had a lot of discussion about our broadcast contract throughout the legislative session. We ended up with one bid from SCPE. That bid was for, you can see there, the bottom line, the dollar amount was $100,000 a year, and an additional $2,000 per year of contract. So it graduates up to $108,000 for that 5th year. It's the same covers that they've been doing as well, plus they're adding some consolation bracket basketball games and some additional volleyball place matches. They'll broadcast the soccer matches live on 1 or 2. They'll broadcast the cheer and dance championship award ceremonies on 1 or 2. They will record and broadcast tape-delayed highlights of gymnastics on their primary channel. They will broadcast All-State Band and Jazz Band on a tape-delayed basis. And they'll provide free user access to a live web stream of All-State Band and Jazz Band as allowed by copyright. And then there's a live video webcast of all the games, matches, meets, and concerts listed. They'll have a staff member at every event. They'll do some social media things with that. They will shoot and post professional grade photography for the state visual arts competition, and have that photography at all events in our calendar. And same thing that they've been doing, which is excellent. They've done a great job covering our events in the past. It includes all the live stream of all those matches for wrestling as well. And in visiting with them, they do have a plan for allowing some of that secondary broadcast of events during state events. That was a note of contention in the legislative session. I've reached out to the Broadcasters Association, the Newspaper Association with that. They're all agreeable. I've reached out to some of the legislators involved with that this year, and they were agreeable with that language as well. I think it's very fair what they're doing. So we are very happy to continue we would be very happy to continue our partnership with public broadcasting. They've done an excellent job for us. They've been outstanding. They cover every single event that we have. And so our recommendation would be to approve this bid and enter into a contract for 5 years with South Dakota Public Broadcasting.
I make a motion to approve that contract.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion.
Just excited that we have great partners that are willing to do this, and South Dakota Public Broadcasting has done an outstanding job for us in the past, and looking forward to working with them in the future.
Okay, no further discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Opposed, same sign.
Hey, Mo, now I can really say I'm excited about it. I probably should have waited until we had the votes, but, just so you know.
Calculated risk. It was all right, Randy.
All right, motion is approved. Moving on to item number 7, consider metal bid.
Okay, metal bids, we received 5 metal bids. Those are in order there. If we skip down to the last page, that is our current bid and what that total cost would be according to the quantities that we put in for this bid. So according to our current contract, our metal costs would be $35,136 for this year with the contract that we currently have. Now, if we go back up to the top, we can see that we received bids from A&M. They currently have our trophy bid. The total bid was $31,391. We had a bid for Universal Awards out of Lincoln, Nebraska. Theirs was $36,065. A bid from Universal Awards out of Billings, Montana, $36,659. A bid from Hoffman America out of Sioux Falls for $42,267. And a bid from ESCO out of Milwaukee for $66,919. So our recommendation as a staff would be to accept the bid from A&M out of Princeton, Illinois. As noted, they currently have our trophy bid, and they've been excellent to work with. All things considered, it's the lowest bid, and we feel confident that with the specs we had out in the contract, that we would receive high-quality materials.
Okay, is there a motion and a second?
Motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Jerry, second by Dr.
Brian. Yep.
Further discussion? This is a 3-year contract, is that correct, Dr. Shores?
Correct.
Okay, hearing no other discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, the motion has passed. Moving on to item number 8, consider merchandise RFP document and timeline.
Okay, this was something that we started looking at. It was one of our board goals to look at a merchandise RFP. You've never had one. Every one of our surrounding states has this. We gathered the amount of revenue generated last year through t-shirt sales at our host sites, and decided that it would be worth it to try to get a statewide contract, hopefully generate some additional income to share with, to disperse out to our host sites for state events, to help them with some of those costs associated with it. So I've got an RFP here. It's modeled off of what Missouri uses. I also looked at documents that Minnesota had, and not Minnesota, North Dakota had for their merchandise document. So we've got our RFP document here. Going through it, essentially it would be for it's a 3-year contract. It would be for merchandise, specifically t-shirts at our state events. Going through it here, it's pretty straightforward. We approved the artwork, and what we're asking for is a bid with a it's basically a percentage of gross sales with a minimum sum per year. So it's a percentage of sales, and if they don't meet that minimum sum, that's the minimum sum that we would get. Okay, so what we have is what the bids need to be is at least $60,000 and 35% of gross sales. that was close to in line with what our neighboring states had. In addition, we're asking for some complimentary merchandise that will also help out our sites for worker t-shirts, quarter zips for the officials, some shirts and cash for our track officials, some things for our board and staff as well. The rest of it is I don't know how you would describe it, but it's essentially for 3 years. It's merchandise that we have to approve beforehand. They supply the workers for the sale of those items. Yeah, you can see it there with the bid sheet. It would be a gross percentage of receipts with a minimum guarantee. And again, our hope would be that this helps to offset some costs for our site hosts and allows us to add some funding to what we are able to give to our sites for hosting our state events. So the timeline that's proposed there would be that this would go out soon, and that those bid documents will be due in our office in early June. We would open them, they'd be due in our office June 3rd, we'd open them June 4th, and the board would consider them June 11th.
Dan, this is Randy. Will all the money that we get from that then go to help offset, or will you guys keep some of it for other expenses, or so that's the question?
That's up to the board and the finance committee. I'm open in terms of that. I think our hope would be that at least a significant portion of it would go towards increasing. Yeah, would go towards management fees to the host sites.
I think the other thing we talked about with the site hosts, Randy, would be is that obviously we contract this out. There may be some instances where those groups, and it's called for in this RFP as well, if they're on site selling, they may make a donation to your choir group or whatever to come help with sales of those, like what we've seen in Vermillion the last few years for state football, where they've got some help or do some assistance with the local school to also give some money back to you that way as well.
What about, has this been vetted through the site tournament committee too, just so they know what's going on with it or not?
We've been visiting with them about it for the last couple of years, and essentially the discussion with them has been the amount of money that they have to eat as a school district. A lot of money in some instances, and the general population doesn't understand that sometimes. The city as a whole receives value in the people coming to the town, and it provides economic value to the town, but that doesn't help the school that's hosting pay their bills, pay for substitutes, pay for some of the things that they have to pay out of pocket. And I'll take wrestling for an example. We provide $11,000 for a management fee of wrestling, and this year that covered the food in the hospitality room, and that was it. And then the school district ends up eating the cost for a lot of the workers. They eat a lot of the cost for some other things that happen. So in visiting with them, we did talk about this as one of the really only ways, aside from increasing ticket prices or something, to really substantially be able to impact what we're able to give for management fees at state events.
Yeah, I totally understand that. I think more and more of our schools have been put into that situation where they are putting the bill for some of this, and it makes it very difficult, being that I've run some tournaments and stuff as well. I think it is a good idea, but I also know that some of these schools, I'm just worried about some of the smaller tournaments, making sure that they are getting funded just as equally as the big tournaments. And we know which ones bring in a lot of money, but we also know which ones cost a lot to run as well.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good point, Randy, but I'm glad you brought that up, Dr. Swartos, because Randy, when you say the big ones are bringing in money, but I promise you the Sioux Falls School District's losing money when we bring in the big ones. because of the people that we let go out of our classrooms. And we pay that bill for the substitute teachers. We lose money as a school district. Money in the community, no doubt about it. There's an economic hosting those. But as a school district, we lose money when we host those tournaments.
And I'd like to just reflect a little bit more too, but when I say big ones, I shouldn't say big ones because they're all big for the kids. And but we, you know, when we run a state gymnastics tournament, we have 80 plus workers, and we're getting numerous staff to run those days. And if we have school that day, I agree, it ends up being a cost for our schools, and it'd be nice to alleviate that somehow.
So, and to be able to increase that substantially, this is one of the few avenues that we have to be able to do that. Aside from going to a bid process for our, and getting more of the community, the chambers of commerce involved, and some things like that. But again, that doesn't help the school pay their bills when they have to do it.
Say, Randy.
I didn't mean to hijack the conversation either. Really well done on Dr. Swartos, you and your staff in putting that together. When I looked through the RFP, I just went, holy crap, does it have to be this detailed? I think the answer is yes. I think it needs to be really well done, and I would make a motion to approve the RFP.
I will second that. 20. Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Hey, Joe, I thought I heard you there a little bit, Joe. That doesn't mean that Brookings is back in the gymnastics rotation.
I was just winking here, thinking that was what you were trying to get at, so.
I don't know who's running the computer, if it's John or Joe, but if it's Joe, John, show her how to use the mute button.
Been trying for 8 years, Craig.
I'm just glad to hear from Joe because I thought you might have left us. Haven't heard her for a couple
Thanks,
hours.
David, thank you.
All right, so we got nobody voted against that one. So that was item number 8 passed. Moving on to item number 9, conduct a first reading related to state of event sites for 2021-22 and 2022-23 basketball tournaments and all events for the 2023-24 school year.
Okay, so with the splitting up of the combined tournaments for A and AA basketball, we had approved homes for girls basketball for next year. I think at our March meeting, but we still needed to find homes for girls A and AA basketball for 22 and 23. So we started out with those, and you can see there, the B boys, we have those remaining in Aberdeen as contracted. For 2022, which is the 21-22 school year, we have the B girls in Watertown, the A girls in Brookings at Frost Arena, the A boys in Rapid City, AA girls in Rapid City, and the AA boys will be in Sioux Falls. And then in 23, the B girls would be in Huron, A girls will be at Sioux Falls Pentagon, A boys are at the Sioux Falls, that would be the Premier Center, AA girls would be in Brookings at Frost Arena, and the AA boys would be in Rapid City. And then you can see from there we moved on to 23-24, which is the next year in our rotation to develop sites. So going down the list here, boys A golf, Rapid City, AA golf, boys Brandon Valley, girls tennis is out of Sioux Falls that year, soccer Brandon Valley, journalism would be at Spearfish at Black Hill State, cheer and dance and cross country would be in Rapid City, chorus and orchestra Sioux Falls, football Vermilion, combined volleyball out in Rapid City, Orland Turk Harrisburg, one at Play Brandon Valley, Gymnastics and wrestling would be out in Rapid City. Debate, Watertown. The girls B would be out in Rapid City. We'd be potentially looking at the ice arena for that. Boys B basketball, Aberdeen. Girls A basketball would go back to Brookings, to Frost Arena. Boys A would be in Rapid City. Girls AA at the Pentagon. Boys AA in Sioux Falls. And then visual arts would be in Sioux Falls. We've got a to be determined for all-state band, and that is, we may be looking at, it was supposed to be in Mitchell this year for the first time, we may be looking at putting Mitchell in next year and bumping everything back, in which case we wouldn't need a new site, but we're still working through that with the music committee, and Brooks is working through that as well. Student council will be out in Rapid City. All-state jazz band and show choir. It's combined back with show choir that year. That'll be in Aberdeen at Northern State. Boys tennis is out in Rapid City. Track and field tentatively scheduled for Sturgis Spearfish, or it'd be scheduled for Sturgis Spearfish Rapid City. And then what we did for track, or for golf in the spring, is we put the sites that it was supposed to be at this year, we put them in for this year. So we're not pushing everything in golf back. We're putting those sites that were supposed to be this spring into the spring of 24 so they get back into the rotation. So initially when the site selection committee met, they came out with different sites for those, and we would propose to move those back a year into the spring of 25, just so we get these sites that, at that time we hadn't canceled for the spring yet. So, but we would propose to have those golf sites from this spring, it would be in 24. So that would be B Golf in Mitchell, Girls Day in Vermilion, Girls AA here in Pierre.
Okay, is there a motion to approve?
So move, Soma.
Second, Aker.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Opposed, same sign. Okay. Item number 9 is passed. Item number 10, approval of minutes from the March 4th and March 27th meetings of the Board of Directors. So moved, Planting.
Second, Soma.
Motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item number 11, approval of financial reports as submitted.
Hey, Isaac finally gets to participate today.
All right. Well, I know you've been here for a while, so I only have 33 pages to go through, so.
Line by line.
No, just want to look at a couple things for the income statement. The first, this goes by month, and the first thing you'll see that looks kind of odd. March, we had a negative revenue of student council, $17,512. That's just refunding all the student council registrations that we'd received. And then the other negative revenue that you see down in 4,400 is just an adjustment. I just coded something, just changed the way something was coded. You'll see the positive numbers will wash right above it. But other than that, nothing really stands out on the income statements. We'll cover, you'll see some sub-state revenues and stuff there, but we'll cover that later on. Balance sheet wise, the only thing I'm going to point out, we talked about, we had a negative balance, negative book balance in the Bank West account in January, and that was just due to an audit adjustment that was ongoing at the time, and I said that was going to work itself out in February, and it did. The reason that balance is so big in February, we still get our corporate contributed, or our dollars from Army National Guard is still deposited into our Bank West account. And so you'll see, if you scroll down to March, I just swept some of that over. And pretty much the balance that's left in that Bank West account is just outstanding checks that once they get stale, I think, it's every 3 years we're required to cut the checks back to Secretary Treasurer if I can't get a hold of those people. So that's the reason those accounts are sitting like that. Otherwise, the balance account or balance sheet looks good, and we balance, which is always good. Any questions about the income statements or balance sheets before we kind of I'm going to glaze over the cash flow statement because it's crazy as always, but everything else is pretty well on par except for missing state event revenues. If there's no questions on that, instead of going through each individual financial report for the sub-states, I kind of, you'll see shaded in green, there's a comparison total revenues that were brought into the site, total expenditures that were brought into the site, and then SDHSAA percentage brought into the site. And those percentages there's going to be no percentage change from 19 to 20. So those numbers are just raw data. So if we just look at summary by summary, Class A and B wrestling that's summarized on that first page, we did pretty well the same. Wrestling's always pretty consistent. We increased $400 on the SDHSAA take. When you go to girls basketball, I think that I highlighted a couple of reports of girls Class A that we hadn't received yet. I'm pretty sure we have received those since I've created this. But you'll see without those reports, we were about $1,000 less current year compared to prior year. So with those reports, we're doing well. If we look at boys basketball, again, same thing. A couple of reports hadn't been received yet. But almost the exact same scenario. We're about $1,000, $1,700 less without those reports. So once those come in, or they more than likely have been submitted, we're right on par, maybe even a little better than we did in 19. And then I'll apologize because right away when I put this out, I didn't include volleyball and football substates. I'm not sure why. I got that done here in the few minutes that I had while you guys were talking, and I uploaded that. So our volleyball substate, pretty consistent with prior year. We brought in 72.9, and last year we brought in 71.4. And then if you look at football, we had a little bit of a decrease in attendance in football. So expenditures are going to remain pretty well the same, consistent. If you look throughout from first round, quarter round, semifinals, revenues are going to be down. Total revenues are down, which means SDHSAA revenues are down. So we took about a $20,000 hit on sub-state football. And that's nothing to do except attendance. We always say that, we can't weather, whatever the case is, timing, we can't control when it comes to the game. So any questions on the sub-state events before we kind of look at the state events? If we scroll through the state events, you'll see highlighted on most of those events in red is team expenses, just because we haven't issued those yet. So if you look at the bottom line of soccer, for instance, holy cow, it looks like we made $17,000 in Harrisburg, where last year in Rapid City we lost $5,000. That's because we haven't written any of the team expense amounts yet. And so this should be events to date, and if I don't think I missed any, if it comes to be that I am, we can sure upload them. But really nothing. We actually did comparatively well, I think, most of our fall events. Yeah, soccer did very well attendance-wise. Cheer and dance did well attendance-wise. I'll say chorus and orchestra was right on par. Cross-country was right on par. In football, we came in a little bit under from what we did last year, but we knew that was going to happen. And then again, we reviewed the sub-states. And volleyball, we came in a little bit under as well. And then wrestling, our wrestling gate was a little bit over, which is nice to see. We had a good event there. And I'll just highlight that one line. We still haven't, by the time when I put this together, we hadn't received our credit card statement that had the hotel charges on there. So that officials amount's understated for the time being, but we update those I'll update those usually at the end of June. So any questions on any of the state events? And if not, that's all I've got.
I'll add on here, obviously, we're going to take quite a hit financially without having those spring events. I want to thank Isaac. He worked really hard and has been working with Dakota Bank to get that payroll protection plan grant. We did get approved for that. That will help us out financially quite a bit. So I want to thank him, and I want to thank Dakota Bank for working with him on that. That's going to help us a lot. So,
Okay, we, I don't believe we have a motion or a second, do we?
Yes, we do. You motion and second to accept.
I'll make a motion to approve the financial statement, planting.
I'll second that, passes.
Hey, any questions or input from the board? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Opposed, same sign. Okay, as a reminder, item number 12 is no longer there, so moving on to item number 13, consent agenda.
Move to approve as presented. Maher.
Second, Rasmussen.
Motion second. Any further discussion?
I'd say those superintendents know how to approve and second consent agendas there.
Consent agenda generally requires no discussion.
Hey, you guys have experience with that.
Superintendents break into hives when you have discussion on consent agenda.
All right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, consent agenda has been approved. Item number 14, staff report.
First item there, I'll get a schedule out to you for the June 11th meeting once we get a better idea of whether we can have it here or whether it's going to be over Zoom again. It'd be nice to have it here to be able to recognize the guys that are the people that are going off. But we'll have to see what the world is like in early June. So I'll confirm that schedule with you as we get closer. Generally, that's an earlier start time because we have the board come in the night before. Okay, Brooks will talk about state debate.
Yep, state debate was March 6th and 7th. It was in Huron. Thanks to Mitch Gaffer and the committee that I had running that tournament. They did a great job, and we're glad we could actually have the event.
Okay. Joe could talk about one day of the craziest girls' basketball tournament experience there ever was.
Yeah, I think everybody kind of knows the story behind this one, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it. I do want to give a shout out to Spearfish and the great job that Steph Ornelas did and her staff in rolling with the punches. Certainly was not an easy feat to be on again, off again, on again, off again, not knowing one way or the other what was going to happen. So we're very pleased. Spearfish was a great host. First time I'd been out to Spearfish, and first time we've been, Class B has been out west to a state tournament as well. As you know, the hearts and the emotions and the feelings of everything that was involved in those decisions. I thank John and Dan and our staff and their staff for working through with the governor and staying in close contact with all of the ins and outs of the COVID. And we didn't make a lot of fans happy, going from a full round slate, and the crowd was very good. Then having to limit the people to the 125 and trying to figure out how we were going to quickly do that and turn that around in the evening. And then even on the final day on Friday, getting the news that we either needed to finish the tournament or that day or call it quits. And just the decisions that we had to make with that were very heartfelt decisions, weren't easy decisions. but very thankful to all of the teams, all of the participants, the coaches, the fans, the athletic directors, the administrations of the schools, the officials, all of the help that was provided to us in helping to distribute that information that wasn't so popular. But just want to thank everybody for hanging in there with us, and then getting the news later that we weren't able to complete those tournaments either. Those are heart blows to all of our kids, all of our schools, and our heart breaks for them. But in the grand scheme of things, it's one of those deals. We talk about life lessons all the time in the association and how we teach life lessons, and we need to be educators of that. And no better lesson learned here, and a tough one for these kids and schools and everyone else. So that's about all I have.
I would second that. If ever we've asked an athletic director and their staff, host staff, to be flexible, we did with Steph Ornelas out in Spearfish that weekend, and she was an absolute rock star and just rolled with the punches and was outstanding. So I want to thank her, and I want to thank the coaches and the kids and the administrators that were there for hanging with us. And it was a weird time for everybody. So I want to thank them and give them a lot of props for how they handled that. And I also want to thank John and Joe and Brooks and members of the board who I don't think I've ever been on the phone as much as I was those 2 or 3 days, and but they helped a lot. They were good sounding boards, and I know a lot of the board members I visited with were excellent those couple days as well. And like I said earlier, people in every community across our state, every school, all had to do the same thing, and they all made tough decisions. So. But I wanted to thank Steph, I wanted to thank the coaches and kids, and I wanted to thank the people here and on our board for their help during that time.
Real quick on basketball, just add in for you. We have instant replay. It works.
We did get to use it.
We had one replay challenge at the B girls in the 4 games we played. We actually had to use it, so all the naysayers said we're doing all this work for nothing. By God, we had to use it, and we were set. And tip of the hat to Aaron too. I mean, he doesn't get enough credit for stuff like that. He helped us out with between us and public broadcasting. We've got a solution in place, and next year when we go back to the 3 sites, we will have working instant replay that we have proven works for basketball as well as we do football. So thank you to Aaron and to SDPB for their help in helping us get that in line. But yes, it's there, it works, and by God, we had one of them there too.
Okay. Joe, you want to talk about sports officials advisory?
Real quick, you've already approved the 2 requests that we had for the cross-country rules meeting and tests, and then the cleanup language that we had for the officials in our handbook. The other 2 things I think that were great discussions during this time was the sit-out rule for basketball officials and constant conversation that we have with that. Right now, our selection committee and our Sports Officials Council feels like it's still doing its job, and we wanted to keep it in place, so that was a great discussion. Then the other one that we're going to continue to look at, we keep getting asked questions about background checks, and Mark Smith did a great job of getting some information to us about background checks, and we're going to continue to explore. We're going to talk to each of our officials groups. Each of the officials that are assigned on this committee are tasked to go back to their specific sports groups and discuss a little bit about how they feel that process what that should look like and how it should move forward, if it should move forward. And then we'll have that discussion with our athletic directors as well. So that's all I have for that.
Okay. Dr. Crowstrand, sports medicine.
Yeah, sports med, we met via teleconference. We're going to look to continue to do that meeting, actually in conjunction with the ADs meeting in the future. So something that will be kind of cool to maybe have some other ADs sit on and just kind of hear some of that. Dr. Burrell Valentine from Sanford Health continues to sit on our National Sports Medicine Advisory Committee board. They are actually meeting this week as we speak. Certainly a lot of conversation about coronavirus and things, but they're also taking a look at a lot of other different topics that they'll bring back to us. No new proposals out of sports medicine for this year or any changes that they necessarily mandated. One of the things we did spend some time talking about is the implementation of the optimal performance calculator for wrestling. So beginning next year, we will move to that system, so it is no longer the bounce around on weights and based on what a doctor thinks you can weigh is what you can weigh. But formalizing that system, we'll be putting out some educational materials, formalizing what and who is an assessor to be approved to be able to handle that, and getting that set up for next wrestling season. So ultimately, a young athlete will have the ability to weigh in November and then is given a plan to see how low they can go with their weight, but not automatically just because they step on a scale, that's what they weigh. Rather, there will be a plan to follow and some information coming that way. But again, a great meeting, a great discussion. Very fortunate to have partners from Avera, from Sanford, from Monument Health, all on that, as well as our local athletic trainers and things, and our administrators. So a good meeting. Again, no formal proposals that came out of there, but certainly we're continuing to go on with physical forms and the OPC like you heard about earlier today.
Site selection, we had our site selection committee meeting. You heard the first readings for those. We may ask them a few other questions about, just to get clarity on sites from this spring, or the winter events in spring that didn't get used. But as for now, we did meet with them, and yeah, we already approved what they had put out. Brooks, speech advisory and music advisory.
Yep, you guys will see the proposals coming forward in our June meeting. I'll just give you a little overview. You've got the minutes there. For speech and debates, just did a little bit of clarification of our in-season participation rule. We're getting rid of state policy debate. That's one of our debate styles. And so we had a committee formed that determined a new schedule for our state tournament when removing policy debate. We're also going to form a subcommittee to look into adding informative speaking to our individual events in the state debate tournament. We're also forming another subcommittee to completely review and revise our debate handbook to better align with National Speech and Debate Association rules, which we always try to follow as best as we can, but we're going to really dig through our handbook and make some changes for next year. One Act Play, we're adding the use of rubrics for regional contests. We also made some changes to the wording for our awards attire policy. Since we can't really police kids wearing jeans and hats at the awards, we just changed it to say that participants are strongly encouraged to wear dress clothes. And then for oral and terp, we're going to discuss, or we're going to create a database for judges that region chairs can use to hire their judges. And then we reviewed the makeup of our advisory committee as part of one of our goals for this year is to review our advisory committees. So that was speech advisory. Music advisory, not a whole lot was recommended here. We did discuss the option of holding our mandatory fall region music meetings online, and we're going to recommend that there's a virtual option to that, so schools or directors wouldn't necessarily have to drive 2 or 2.5 hours to get to their region meeting. We developed a formal policy for our spot checks at All-State Chorus, and you can kind of see that outline of that, and I'll type that up better for you at the proposal in June. We're getting rid of some gender-specific items in one of our handbooks just to avoid any gender issues that come up because of that. And we are recommending some slight changes to the policies for our all-state jazz auditions, which are recorded auditions. And again, we discussed the makeup of our music advisory committee, and I'll be making some recommendations for changes for that one coming up here in a bit too. That's all I got.
Okay, Finance Committee, I still need to We will still meet with the Finance Committee this spring. Isaac and I will be working on starting to put the budget together here soon, and then we'll meet with them. A big thing with them is going to be how we handle reimbursements this year once we have a better idea of what our finances are going to look like after this payroll protection program grant, and with some savings we're going to have with not going to the summer meeting and some other things. Some recommendations of what our final budget might look like and what the reimbursed percentages might be. My hope is to get that committee together here in the next couple weeks and have something for you in June, along with our first reading of our budget. In terms of our board goals, you've got a sheet there. Find them within my sheet here. Just an update on our board goals, once I get to it. In terms of simplifying and articulating our mission, vision, and belief statements, still working on that. I hope to have something for you in August at our strategic planning meeting. But the hope there is to do an internal review of that statement, get some input from a big, nice representation of our membership, and then present those revisions to the board for their review in August. Goal 2 would be to make recommendations on changes to management fees. We're still working on that as well. Our hope is to put something together, what perhaps a bid model would look like for our state, and have some standardized sub-state expenses to try to help with the sub-state expenses. But the management fees as a whole, we talked about the merchandise RFP for that. If we go into a bid model, that would help with those management fees as well. Goal 3 was specifically for that merchandise RFP. You just approved that here to go out for bid. So that document is now completed, and we'll complete that bid process here in June. Number 4, we got started a little bit on that already today with approving that first reading for girls wrestling. Goal 4 is involving exploring new sports and activities. I'm still set. I've got to talk with Mark Nago and Terry Needlesick to see if that state superintendent's conference is still on for July. I haven't heard any differently, but I am slated. It's not. Jerry's shaking his head.
No, it's been canceled. Be held in December.
Okay. Well, that might push this goal back a little bit, but my intention was to get in front of the state superintendents to talk to them in regards to softball and in regards to esports. Jared Bauer has been helping us a lot with esports. He's kind of taken the lead for us on that. I know Clear Lake has been doing some with that as well. So that's where we're at right now is trying to get in front of the superintendents to get the message to them and try to gauge their interests, particularly when it comes to softball. That will be the biggest, the activity with the biggest financial impact to the schools. So that's where we're at in terms of that. And like I said, we did have our first reading today on incorporating girls wrestling. So we'll still be looking into August for that and maybe into next year as these things kind of get pushed later on into the year. And then our 5th goal would be to review the advisory committee structures. We've done some of that internally. I know Brooks has had some conversations with his advisory committees on that, and we'll have a report to you in August for that. What else do we have there? In terms of the superintendent's report, I did not receive anything from SDHSAA or from the foundation. I know the foundation did quite a bit this year with the officials challenge. I think that resulted in some good funds to the foundation through that. I know Wayne was also talking to some people about issuing a similar challenge through the Superintendent's Association, the Principals Association, some things like that. So I know that they have some things in the works, but I didn't have anything formal from the foundation board. And that is all the reports. Mo, I think you're muted.
Must be getting tired. Moving on to item 15, board sharing. Anybody have anything to share or like to go first? I'll go first. Get out of the way. I'd like to thank everybody here personally on the board for your input and guidance the last month or so here with all this going on. I personally, as an AD, as a parent, and as a board member, it's been a very challenging month, and we made the right decision, and it was a tough decision, and I know I think that's what she called it. Consulted with me numerous times on things, and it's just something we got to battle through, and I appreciate everybody's leadership in the position that you're in.
I too would like to thank the board and board members for the hard work this past unique 2-month period. Dr. Sportos, I would imagine that you're looking at what social distancing and activities might look like in the fall. I suppose you're talking to other states. I'm sure we'll have to issue some type of guideline if and when those things start up again. So I don't know. I'm sure that's down the road a ways, but I'm sure you're looking into that.
Yes.
On top of the thank yous to the board and the staff, which I agree with, I'd just like to thank everybody who also has sent emails or called or text or spoke today about the advisory recommendations. We appreciate that input, and just want to thank you for those, and everybody stay healthy.
I think we'd all echo those sentiments. It's certainly tough times for everyone. We just appreciate how our state's pulled together. So thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, I'd piggyback on that too. Much rather be in here with you guys face to face, but appreciate all the work you're doing. I really want to thank Randy for putting his tie on today, so I wasn't the only one. Randy. But keep up the good fight out there, guys.
Thank you.
Well, Dan just stole my thunder. I was going to mention the well-dressed, distinguished Randy and Dan there, show there that upstaged the rest of us. But I just wanted to thank the crew out at Spearfish, out the girls tournament. It was just we've never experienced that, and the way they handled it and everything. I just want to put a big thank you out to them, and also hopefully we never have to go through this again. I can't imagine how many more gray hairs Dan and Joe and John have now over this, but job well done, staff out there here, Brooks, you too. I just wanted to, I can't thank you guys enough for the job you guys do. So, thanks.
Thank you.
You have gray hair, Joe.
Joe says her hair's platinum. And all that thanks to the board as well. I know I said this earlier, but there's a lot of you who took calls from me and gave me some really good advice, or just simply listened, and that helped a lot. So we all went through it in different ways, and I thank you all for that. So thank you.
Get everyone?
Yeah.
All right, item 17, motion to adjourn.
So moved.
What was that?
Craig.
Craig.
That was second.
Second.
Aye. Second, Dr. Maher. Hey, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Stay
Thanks,
safe,
everyone.
stay healthy.
Sorry that we won't get to see you tomorrow.
What's that?
Regardless of the outcome, today's student athletes are already destined to go far. School sports, a winning part of a complete education. This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
The South Dakota High School Activities Association Board of Directors meeting is currently in recess or executive session. Please stand by for continued live audio coverage.
He worked out early, practiced late, and studied well into the night. The next day, he did it all over again.
She missed time hanging out and socializing with friends so she could make it on time to practices and games.
He became a top student and a confident leader, even as he helped his team win back-to-back conference titles.
She became a role model in her community, even as she led her team to an undefeated season.
And when they finished playing high school sports, what did they do next?
She graduated from college with honors and went to work for a successful company.
He attended graduate school and became a difference maker in his community.
Because that's what student athletes in South Dakota do. They use the skills they develop playing high school sports today
to do even bigger things in life tomorrow.
High school sports,
a winning part of a complete education.
This message presented by the South Dakota High School Activities Association and the South Dakota Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
This is what matters.